The blood was thick. The dark golden centipede body thrashed about, struggling in the void. It was torn into two pieces, the pain too hard for it to bear. Chi, the upper half of its body, tried to flee, struggling free, but it paid the price for this. Another piece of its body came off, injuries added upon injuries, centipede blood scattering about. Everyone was stunned. In that instant, the two great experts decided life and death, this type of change happening. The mantis centipede was defeated, moreover in such a miserable manner, its body in tatters. Who would have expected the battle to be this intense, only this short of time used up? They all felt like it had just happened, yet it already ended. It was too sudden, everyone finding this a bit hard to believe. How could it lose? The mantis centipede had its body torn apart by another. Isn't its body known to be steady and unbreaking, golden body imperishable? In the back, a group of foreign young kings were moved, their expressions serious for the first time. Forget about others, even the mantis centipede felt awful, in disbelief. It was previously full of confidence, possessing absolute faith in itself that it could subdue the 9 heavens 10 earths experts. Yet in the end, it fell to this state just too tragic. As for the 9 heavens 10 earth side, they had long erupted into commotion. They had been sullen for too long. Now that they finally saw a great victory, everyone cheered. They longed for dawn, and now they finally saw it. For this side, from the start until now, everything was just too hard to bear. It was first a million-year supreme being Xianxia who was killed, and then crimson-haired divine monarch fell. Afterwards, it was Lu Hong, purple sun heavenly monarch, and others, geniuses with perfect ancient seeds, killed. Truly was lamentable, making one feel as if the world became dark, even breathing difficult. You, harming my Tao body, breaking my golden body. The grudge between us will not end until death, the mantis centipede said, angered to the extreme. Just now it almost died. If not for it decisively severing a segment of its own body to struggle free, it really would have been killed by that youngster. The mantis centipede had never thought that it would lose to someone from the 9 heavens 10 earths. This young man was too terrifying, actually even more savage than it, like a prehistoric beast that reappeared in this world. Then you can just die. Sure Hao replied, pressing forward, expression indifferent and unhurried. He was more like a demon king than the mantis centipede, killing intent surging. The mantis centipede's gaze was cold and deep. It didn't have any other choice. This type of decisive battle couldn't be fled from. The immortal tortoise shell fragment selected an opponent, so based on regulations, only when one side fell could it be considered complete. I am going to kill you. The mantis centipede produced a crystal. Within it sealed a drop of bright red liquid, brilliant and dazzling. It was like a red sun stone, the essence blood of its ancestor. It raised its head and drank it, ruined body quickly regrowing. This wasn't a simple reconstruction of the flesh, but rather a comprehensive restoration of vital energy, quickly restoring it to its peak. Chi. The mantis centipede moved, the dark golden body breaking apart the void, attacking Hao with extreme speed. It didn't face him head-on anymore, instead carrying out a normal battle. It believed that if they truly fought a great battle, displaying all methods, there was no way this youngster could break its body. A battle between the two of them would take at least a few hundred moves, could not be condensed to one move deciding life and death. Not long ago, that was a forceful clash, lacking technique, even less profound mysteries to speak of. Now it was different. It relied on its battle skill that allowed it to roam freely under the sky to strike down Hao. Sure enough, this mantis centipede possessed extraordinary skill, battle instincts astonishing. It surrounded Hao while attacking, turning into a sphere of light. On the 9 heavens 10 earths, many people's hearts were raised, fearing that something unexpected would happen. They finally achieved a great victory, but if the situation was now reversed, it would make one vomit blood, feel as if the entire world was dark. I'll help send you to the afterlife. Hao only had these words. He displayed terrifying methods, Kuan-Peng wings on his back, earth to inches great divine ability below his feet, stirring on lightning at the same time. Three types of secret methods supported each other, his speed reaching an unimaginable level. Dang! For the mantis centipede, the current sure how was terrifying. He used those unstoppable fists to smash against its body, bombarding it with murderous strikes. This seemed to be done intentionally, using world-shocking oppressive fists to strike its body. Could tell that sure how's battle technique was shockingly high, definitely grown step by step. This wasn't a pride of heaven, fostered through a family's endless resources. However, sure how didn't use those techniques, liking to use the most powerful fist imprints to smash at its body. You! The mantis centipede was furious. This wasn't like a battle, but more like humiliation, tossing and turning it about, only using his fists to exert his dominance. In reality, the reason why sure how did this was because 1, he wanted to powerfully kill it, and 2nd, because he wanted to study the imperishable scripture, operating it on his fists, discovering that it was terrifying and astonishing after all. Hong! The mantis centipede couldn't hide, entering a desperate situation. It was forced to trade blows with sure how. It brandished its mantis arms, snow-white blades illuminating the sky dome, blade energy covering the world. This made many people's expressions change. However, the result was tragic. Dang! Sky-shocking sounds rang out. Sure how faced the mantis arm head-on, breaking apart its body. Pooh! The mantis centipede was in despair. It was just like it when it killed Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, brimming with confidence, power unmatched. Now, the other side was precisely dealing with it in this type of state, not someone it could face forcefully. Pooh! Sure how's fist shot out, carrying great Tao energy. Grand and boundless fist intent filled heaven and earth, as if an expanse of boundless stars appeared. Great stars swirled one after another, crushing downwards. The mantis centipede revealed a bitter smile, difficult for it to move in the slightest. It was suppressed there, watching with its eyes open as that fist smashed down like a comet onto the great earth. Pooh! This fist smashed through its body. That centipede's body was originally connected in segments, but now, it completely exploded, blood and crushed shell pieces flying in all directions. Ah! The mantis centipede screamed, struggling, wishing to protect its primordial spirit. However, sure how's right fist shone, carrying surging resplendent divine light. It was as if the most terrifying volcano erupted, magma connecting the heavens above and earth below. Pooh! The mantis centipede's head was blasted through, splitting apart into pieces. Then, that fist passed through, the scene fixed in place, leaving everyone shocked. A foreign young king of this generation was killed. Its life ended just like that. Dead, the mantis centipede was killed in battle. The battlefield was quiet. The foreign kings were all alarmed, finding this extremely difficult to bear. Their side's powerful mantis centipede was actually defeated, slaughtered. On the 9 heavens 10 earth side, a sky-shaking cheering erupted. When the dust settled, they were the ones who won this battle. Thank you, Huang. In the distance, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's attendant knelt down, hot tears falling, kowtowing in sure how's direction, expressing his gratitude. There were others who shouted out, this place immediately becoming incredibly noisy. According to the rules, sure how could choose to step down. However, right now, he stood there on the battlefield like a pine tree, not moving for a long time. Next! Finally, sure how's cold voice rang through the battlefield. You are truly unbridled. The snake Xianxia berated angrily. If you aren't willing, then come over. I'll cut you down just the same. Sure how's words were concise. He stared at the snake Xianxia, as well as the golden devil bird and silver-haired woman, really wishing to kill these 3 creatures. Previously, they were arrogant, overlooking the cultivators of the 9 heavens 10 earths, even killing Lu Hong, Xianxia, and others. Only blood could return blood, wash away their humiliation. You think I don't dare? Just wait for me to kill you. The snake Xianxia was extremely strong-tempered, its entire body silvery white. A pair of wings moved about, heavenly wind sweeping about, blowing apart the void. A silver snake tail even more so smashed apart several million gene of boulders. Then just come and accept death, Shurhao said. However, the immortal tortoise shell fragment shone, already choosing an opponent for him. This was a strange person with 12 pairs of arms, as well as a pair of horns on its head. It had a goat-like face, its fur golden. An extremely astonishing fluctuation was released from its body. Just die! This foreign young king rushed over, directly roaring, using the most decisive attitude to express its will, murderous energy rushing into the heavens. The 12 arms all formed imprints, secret techniques appearing one after another. This place submerged in magical force. Hong! Shurhao retaliated with domineering methods, not hiding at all. He used the most intense secret methods to respond to this foreigner, violently counterattacking just this directly. All of the secret methods were scattered by him. Fist radiance heaven overflowing. Eternal demon wall, suppress. That creature's expression changed, using its innate divine ability. It chanted an incantation, 12 pairs of arms forming imprints, summoning a black demonic wall. It was dyed with bloody traces, its pitch-black surface carrying bloody pearls, everything crushing down at this moment. The demon wall descended, trying to suppress and kill Shurhao. On the 9 heavens 10 earth side, a few long-life families' elders sucked in a breath of cold air. This was not a normal type of divine ability, but an ancestral method belonging to the other side. This was a divine ability that was different from the past. A race grasped a type of secret method, and the more people it killed, the stronger the secret method would become. The inheritance would thus also gradually become increasingly formidable. Right now, one could see that the black demon wall was dyed in blood, red from the blood of powerful individuals its ancestors killed, forged through the blood of many creatures. Ancestral method, the more ancient its inheritance, the greater its power. This was the accumulation of a clan's killing through successive generations. Of course, if the descendants of later generations wished to use it, they had to activate it themselves, fully comprehend it themselves. Hong! The black demon wall was sticky with blood. It dropped down from above on Shurhao, forcefully crushing down. The so-called foreign inheritance is just this? Nothing special after all. Shurhao released a short shout. His entire body surged, several types of precious techniques overlaying. He erupted with domineering power, facing it head-on. Chi! Behind him, divine chains made of willow branches were formed one after another. They rushed at the black wall, wishing to pierce through. Kacha! Lightning surged endlessly, accompanied by primal chaos. Thunder surged, Shurhao's entire body releasing electricity, hacking at that wall. Then, a Kuan Peng appeared, spreading its wings, supporting the black demon wall on its back, forcefully overturning it, and then attacking it furiously. Precious techniques erupted one after another, Shurhao attacking with the most powerful methods. Finally, with a honglong sound, the black demon wall cracked apart, and then it exploded. A rain of blood scattered down, completely broke apart, destroyed. The ancestral method failed, making the expression of that creature with 12 pairs of arms turn pale, mouth coughing out large amounts of blood. It staggered backwards, suffering the most terrifying backlash. Shurhao didn't give it a chance, long since rushing over, condensing a fist imprint. Streak after streak of fist radiance erupted, all of them smashing over murderously. This creature was shocked and angry, at the same time feeling fear. It was not a match, feeling the aura of death. Pooh! In the end, Shurhao's fist blasted it apart. It couldn't stop the strike at all, its entire body exploding into a rain of blood, dyeing the skies red. The second foreign young king fell. This battlefield became extremely quiet, everyone looking at Shurhao. Next, Shurhao coldly said, powerful beyond compare. He kept his word, wishing to face everyone with his strength alone. On the other side, the group of young kings were shocked and angry. The golden devil bird, silver-haired woman, snake Xianxia, and others even more so shivered inwardly, because right now Shurhao was staring at them. You all can't escape. Since there are 10 people in total, just come one by one, Everything will be settled, Xianxia said coldly. How could the foreign young kings not be alarmed and furious? That youngster on the stage actually said next, his attitude just too carefree. Was he looking down on them? For them, this type of indifference, this type of contempt was truly a type of humiliation. Who dared to disregard them like this, shout at them so casually? I am going to kill him, the snake Xianxia said with a low voice, its silver body shining, releasing strand after strand of symbols. Apart from the golden devil bird who became more and more worried, the other young king's eyes all released cold light. That person was too unbridled. They had to teach him an unforgettable lesson, had to suppress and kill him. The blood on the ground was extremely thick, the bright red carrying a type of light golden color, the blood of young foreign kings who had just passed away. After that strange person was killed, it turned into its original form, a golden goat. No wonder its face was like that of a goat, on its head a pair of horns, its original body was precisely like this. Its golden fur shone, extremely resplendent, blood flowing with astonishing innate essence energy. Those 12 arms all turned into goat feet, sturdy and powerful. Only right now it was in pieces because it was blasted apart by Xianxia, only a ruined body left behind that released a light golden light, laying on the ground. It was just like the mantis centipede. After the battle, it was in pieces from Xianxia's attacks, flesh and blood everywhere. Help me properly wrap up this goat and that mantis centipede, Xianxia said, telling the golden little ant and Xiao Yuxing behind him. Everyone was stunned, but they quickly recalled his nature. They were all speechless because they knew what he was going to keep the corpses for. I will kill you, the snake Xianxia roared. If I am given the chance to go up, I will definitely kill him, a white-robed king said. He was extremely strong, standing over there. The void in his surroundings distorted. A few people feeling great restraining fear towards him. There has never been anyone who dared threaten and look down on us. Execute this person, someone else said. Next. Xianxia didn't have any other words. Still just this word. His voice resounding through the skies. This made the expressions of the creatures on the other side change. Those young kings' eyes all released sharp light. A few individuals' thick long hair even flying about, aura intimidating. As for those from the 9 heavens 10 earths, they all vented a wave of resentment, as if they had eaten a ginseng fruit, all of their pores relaxing, feeling extremely comfortable. From the start until now, the 9 heaven 10 earths were continuously defeated, heroes dying one after another. It was extremely tragic, the atmosphere constrained to the extreme. Now Xianxia obtained 2 great victories for their side in a row, completely changing everything, eliminating their gloominess, making their blood boil. People couldn't help but cry out, cheering Xianxia on. Huang, you've killed them well. You are undefeated. Kill them. Get revenge for the dead. Xianxia stared forward. The ones he wanted to kill the most were the snake Xianxia, golden devil bird, and the others really wishing that they could take the initiative to step up themselves because victors had this type of choice opportunity. It was just like how after he won 2 great battles, he still stood here to continue fighting. At the same time, he could also choose to back down. No one has ever dared act this insolently before us. He has to be killed in the simplest and most direct manner. Remove his head. That white-robed youngster spoke again. His figure was extremely tall. When he spoke like this, there were people in the surroundings who nodded along, agreeing with his words. At this time, the immortal tortoise shell fragment shone, accompanied by chaotic energy. It floated up, and then with a chi sound, a shell piece flew out, choosing Xianxia's opponent. And everyone became shocked, because that shell fragment landed before the white-robed youngster, just happening to choose him. Many people looked over, revealing surprised looks. It actually gave him this chance, having him walk up, fight against that young man named Huang. Excellent, heavenly fate is profound. My wish granted just by speaking up. Even the heavens are acknowledging me, wanting me to suppress and kill this person, the white-robed youngster said ruthlessly. He began to take large steps forward, walking towards this place, white robes fluttering about. His entire body released blinding radiance, as if a war god revived, about to descend powerfully into this world. Kill him. When this person moved, a few youngsters from the other side shouted out, their mouths calling for murder, telling him to kill Hao with the most powerful methods, display unmatched might. Hao's eyes were clear, calmly waiting for this person to press forward. This youngster was untainted by a speck of dust. Even his socks snow-white colored, complexion fine like jade, could be called an exceptionally beautiful man. He was like a child of fate. As he walked, heaven and earth moved, rumbling with noise. The great earth below his feet even more so fissured, mountains collapsing, giant rocks flying, scattering the clouds in the sky. Outside his body was a divine ring, brilliant and intimidating. It was as if a terrifying, undying existence was walking over. Encountering me is your misfortune. I'll grant you death. This young man stared at Hao, directly speaking like this. Chi. Suddenly, the shell fragment corresponding to this young man shone, producing a few symbols. It was extremely shocking. At the same time, the shell piece corresponding to Hao was also trembling, producing a few strange symbols. However, it quickly disappeared with a flash. What does this mean? Hao was confused. This was the first time he encountered this type of situation. The shell piece that corresponded to him actually displayed an abnormality just now. Those characters are the surname of an unmatched existence. A few individuals from the other shore cried out in alarm. Why was it like this? A group of youngsters trembled inwardly, all of them extremely confused. Zhanfeng's mother is a descendant of that unmatched existence. Zhanfeng has some of that clan's true blood within his body. Right at this time, an elder from the foreign side explained. The white-robed youngster was named Zhanfeng. The family his mother was from was extremely terrifying. Not even many experts from the other side daring to carelessly talk about them. Everyone trembled. Was this caused by the portion of true blood within Zhanfeng's body? It was stimulated, producing that family name. To be more precise, it is Zhanfeng's maternal grandmother's family, which is why he has a fourth of that family name's true blood. Someone said with a low sigh, forget about others. Even Hao, who was only thinking about cutting the enemy down, was stunned. Just what kind of family was that for the foreign creatures to treat it with such importance? At the same time, Hao's mind also trembled. That family name appeared on the shell fragment. Even though it disappeared again, it still definitely implied some things. Was he going to be tangled with this family name in the future? It was because when he previously used the immortal tortoise shell fragment, there were already people discussing that the one chosen would not only fight in the battlefield, there was karma between them as well, that it would involve the fate of clans and other things. Your origins seem to be quite unordinary. Are you someone important? Hao said, extremely direct. This was also quite rarely seen. His intention was that he was going to slaughter his way forward, not wishing to waste words with the foreign cultivators. I have a fourth of Anlin clan's true blood, Zhanfeng said extremely coldly. Anyone could see that this was an arrogant person. When he said the family name Anlin, there was a brilliance that flashed past his eyes, this radiance originating from pride. A fourth of true blood is enough to make you this arrogant? Hao mocked, finding this a bit difficult to understand. Audacious! At this moment, it wasn't just Zhanfeng who spoke up. Even those others in the back speaking up, loudly berating Hao. It was clear that this family name possessed extraordinary strength, making many powerful clans feel endless reverence. They wouldn't tolerate the disrespect of others. Is Anlin clan that strong, that special? Hao said to himself. However, right at this moment his mind was shaken. When he spoke the family name Anlin, a wave of heaven-shocking killing energy filled the sky. This left Hao stupefied. He widened his eyes, feeling that this was inconceivable. He stared into the void. A golden pike that seemed to be able to tear through all living things was resting there, releasing bits of radiance, possessing a type of malevolent murderous intent that overflowed the heavens. This was too frightening. When the family name was just mentioned, it would already produce this type of irregular scene, a golden pike visible. Hao had a type of feeling that this type of irregular scene would appear when some creature said this family name. The power of a true name, that existence is still alive after all, still overlooking the heavens. On the 9 heavens 10 earth side, great elder side, the expression on his face incredibly serious. Who is that? Someone asked. An unmatched existence, terrifying beyond imagination. When his family name is spoken, it would be like calling out his true name. His weapon and some of his power would become visible. Great elder said with a light sigh. This was a terrifying existence. Someone who made everyone feel fear. At this moment, Xianxia finally understood how unordinary the Anlin surname was. It really was too frightening. However, when he spoke, he didn't seem that concerned. He looked at that white-robed young man and said, "Only 1/4 true blood, yet it is worth feeling arrogant over?" Many foreign creatures became quiet, only looking at him with cold expressions. Anlin, this family name's individuals were extremely few in number. The clan was extremely frightening, but they didn't have many people, which was why the white-robed youth having 1/4 of the bloodline was already extremely astonishing. It was because it was unknown just how many years it had been since the ancient land where those with the Anlin family name resided produced a child. You are speaking like that only because you are ignorant. You will never understand the power of this family name. You are going to pay the price for this, Zhan Feng said coldly. Anlin. Xianxia said this to himself again. The irregular scenes appeared again. He saw that golden pike once more. It was as if it could directly tear through the great universe. This weapon was too frightening, at the same time leaving Xianxia shaken. He felt that it looked familiar, as if he had seen it before. And soon afterwards, he remembered where he had seen it before. When he was in Heavenly Deity Institution's underground cave, he had previously seen the imprint left behind by the golden little ant's father, the golden-haired middle-aged man known as one of the Vicious 10. Xianxia had interacted with him, spoke to that middle-aged man, seeing a few scenes before his death. At that time, one of the Vicious 10, the golden-haired man, heavenly horned ant with matchless divine strength, had previously encountered the attacks of unmatched existences, injuring him, making him bleed. The deepest impression Xianxia was left with was that at the final critical moment, a golden long spear tore through the great cosmos, abruptly descending, piercing through the heavenly horned ant's body with a pu sound. This long spear, it's that one. Xianxia's expression immediately changed completely. Anlin clan won't tolerate any blaspheme. Your disrespect will have to be repaid through blood. Atone for your crimes. The white-robed young man Zhan Feng shouted. Anlin, just the mentioning of this family name was enough to touch upon the power of true name. Just how terrifying was this? This was power only unmatched experts from the other side possessed. It was rumored that the owner of the immortal smelting pot also had this level of power. Forget about someone like you with 1/4 true blood. Even if a pure-blooded person came, he would still undoubtedly die under my hands, killed without exception. This was Xianxia's reply, his words powerful. Brazen. Zhan Feng berated, taking action. When the other side said the word pure-blooded, wasn't this mocking him for being a mixed breed? Hong. Zhan Feng walked out, white robes fluttering about with the heavenly winds. His great sleeve moved, large amounts of murderous energy rushing out, attempting to suppress and kill Xianxia. He was extremely arrogant. When he took action, it was extremely powerful. When the great sleeve moved, stars flickered about, as if a stellar dome was revolving within his sleeve, carrying terrifying power. Towards this type of attack, Xianxia faced it directly. His arms moved, as if a green sky pung spread its wings, rushing into the heavens. It truly was a Kuan pung spreading its wings like clouds that covered the sky, vast and boundless, could directly rush into the cosmos, shatter heavenly stars, power immeasurable. At this time, Xianxia directly used the Kuan pung method, its natural law profound mysteries grand, smashing the great sleeve that contained stellar power into pieces. This place immediately became covered in brilliance. And Zhan Feng was shocked. He had the qualifications to be arrogant, his strength great, able to easily defeat others among his peers, yet right now they had just began, yet that sleeve was already destroyed. It was as if large amounts of butterflies fluttered about, the damaged sleeve turning into pieces, scattering across the sky. Zhang Feng's expression became cold. He was extremely handsome. Even though he wasn't human, he looked no different from one. No one knew what his original form was like. Right now, that arm of his was exposed. There were golden pike patterns that were revealed. This left everyone shocked. Even Shihao shivered inwardly, becoming even more vigilant and careful. It was because he already knew that Zhang Feng had a fourth of Anlin clan's true blood, possessing unfathomable and mysterious power. After disrespecting Anlin clan like this, you have to pay the price. Zhang Feng shouted coldly, walking over step by step. In his surroundings, the void distorted. Exceptionally sharp radiance appeared. Chang. Sure enough, the radiance completely appeared, forming golden weapons one after another, cutting through the void. They were all long spears, their radiance intimidating, killing energy heaven overflowing. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of golden spears there were. Wherever the spear tips passed, the radiance was terrifying, able to penetrate all living things. At this time, all of the long spears were trembling slightly, the metal sounds ear-splitting, murderous energy covering heaven and earth. These golden spears were all aimed at Shihao. However, Shihao didn't feel any fear at all, instead laughing coldly and saying, "You talk about the Anlin clan as soon as you open your mouth, considering yourself a part of it, but you aren't surnamed Anlin. So what are you so proud of? What are you so arrogant for? You think you are worth anything? You actually dare talk to me like this? The Anlin clan's power is ever present. You will definitely die miserably for this." Zhang Feng shouted, his handsome face overcast. "You serve under the name of another, looking up to the unmatched strength of the clan's ancestor. Let me ask you, what do you have yourself? A true expert can establish a clan himself, one comparable to Anlin, while you are not enough," Shihao said coldly, taking the initiative to attack. Chang. Zhang Feng was furious. In his surroundings, the tens of thousands of long spears cried out together, the noises intimidating. They turned into streak after streak of golden divine multicolored light, hacking towards Shihao. This type of scene was too terrifying, because the world was immediately penetrated, the void exploding. Tens of thousands of pikes flew out, golden light erupting, impossible to stop. This type of attack was just too ferocious. This wasn't a normal type of weapon, but rather the embodiment of ancestral techniques, the personification of a type of great power. If there was an unmatched ancestor who created a method, and then generation after generation of descendants after him displayed that method, the ancestral technique would become more and more powerful. Who? Shihao opened his mouth, spitting out a stellar stream. If one looked carefully, they would see that this was endless lightning. He was attacking with the Lightning Emperor Precious technique. All of the golden pikes trembled, many breaking on the spot, blasted apart by the lightning. However, there were still large numbers of golden long spears that pierced over, resplendent and dazzling, releasing murderous energy. Hong! Shihao's single heavenly passage appeared. It was pierced by numerous golden spears, and then it violently trembled, quickly shrinking, about to enter his body. "Good! Kill him!" the foreign young kings shouted. When they saw this scene, many people revealed cold smiles. Suddenly, a terrifying sound was released. Moreover, a blast of astonishing radiance surged, erupting here. Many people were forced to close their eyes. Shihao's single heavenly passage condensed to an extreme point, and then it suddenly erupted, as if the universe experienced a great explosion. All of the golden pikes broke apart, completely obliterated. Zhang Feng was greatly alarmed, a streak of blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth, quickly withdrawing. This made his mind sink. This was but Anlin clan's ancestral method, yet it was stopped. If a true Anlin came and fought against me, it might be a bit interesting. "You are not enough." Shihao walked forward. Zhang Feng was definitely sufficiently powerful, but Shihao still mocked him like this, truly making this young king with Anlin true blood vexed and furious. He released a roar, and then used his greatest power, taking action again. Pong! Sure Hao flew over from above, raising his fist and smashing down. It could be said that this was a type of powerful display, moreover being completely unrestrained, this the case even when facing the Anlin bloodline, not attaching any importance to Zhang Feng. He looked down from high above, powerfully suppressing the foreign youth like this. Kill! Zhang Feng produced magical imprints, releasing palm strike after palm strike. Heaven overflowing radiance surged, surging towards Shi Hao like powerful waves, terrifying beyond compare. However, this couldn't stop Shi Hao. He dove down with each fist. The wind produced would smash those symbols apart, scatter those waves. Pong! Zhang Feng released the most powerful palm, smashing together with Shi Hao's fist. A true great collision was carried out between the two. Pooh! It was extremely tragic. Zhang Feng's confidence wavered, because that hand of his broke apart, blood flowing in long streams, his entire arm contorting. He staggered backwards, his face a bit pale. He could have evaded this exchange, but he didn't want to do this because he wanted to kill his opponent powerfully. However, the result was extremely bitter. His physical strength was inferior to his opponent's. Kill! Zhang Feng released a great roar, bloody light flickering, the hand recovering. When one reached this cultivation realm, one could regrow broken limbs, let alone the fact that he had just swallowed a divine pill. He rushed over again. An intense struggle unfolded. Zhang Feng avoided Shi Hao's attacks, not truly facing him head-on. However, suddenly, when they confronted each other again, Zhang Feng no longer evaded, brandishing his right arm, striking forward. Qi! Patterns interweaved, erupting in the void. A wave of terrifying aura covered heaven and earth, as if a primitive ancient beast walked over from when the world first opened, wishing to kill the creatures of this world. These were the patterns on Zhang Feng's arm, the golden pike patterns on his arm reviving, formed from all types of great Tao symbols. Right now, they actually separated from his body, producing a streak of golden light, flying at Shi Hao. It was too fast, completely impossible to evade. Moreover, that type of power was just too frightening, the void collapsing. The weapons belonging to others in the surrounding were crying out, actually wanting to bow down, trembling. An exceptional fluctuation rippled out. Zhang Feng was going to reverse the situation purely through the pike patterns on his arm. Every single person from Anlin clan has a golden pike on their hand. These are natural patterns. The power greater, the purer the bloodline. At this moment, a foreign elder said, revealing the true circumstances. The situation became dangerous to the extreme. Behind Shi Hao, many people cried out in alarm, their expressions turning pale white. Were the great victories obtained through great difficulty going to end here? If Shi Hao died here, then that would definitely be too heavy of a loss. The mental blow this would deal to everyone too great. Right now, Shi Hao's mind became heavy. He never expected the foreign ancestral technique to be this terrifying. All of this was because of the Anlin clan true blood Zhang Feng possessed. Shi Hao didn't use other precious techniques. At this moment, he only had two words in his mind. Imperishable scripture. He was extremely daring, not wishing to seize victory through stability, but rather test the imperishable scripture's result. During these past few days, he had been trying to figure out these scriptures the entire time, possessing a set amount of achievements. This was especially the case when he used this to support his hands. It was exceptionally astonishing. Nothing it couldn't overcome. The imperishable scripture's true meaning already appeared on Shi Hao's hands. Symbols rushing into the heavens. Palms brilliant to the point where it couldn't become any more dazzling. Zhang! Everyone was stunned, not daring to believe their eyes. It was because the golden pike patterns on Zhang Feng's arms were grabbed with a single grip from Shi Hao. What great speed! Too hard to evade. He actually bare-handedly grabbed it. Many people sucked in a cold breath of air. The most crucial thing was that the golden spear point pierced at Shi Hao's fingers, releasing kang-chong sounds, yet couldn't slice through. Hong! The golden pike enlarged, releasing intense explosions and matchless power. It wanted to suppress and kill Shi Hao. As for Anlin True Blood's power, This long spear that was produced released unimaginably frightening power. What was terrifying was that Shao's hands were similarly astonishing, resplendent like immortal gold. They grabbed the long spear, preventing it from struggling free no matter how it shook. Ka! In the end, the most horrifying thing happened. A great roar sounded. Unmatched divine force used. Imperishable scripture activated, supporting his great hands. The golden long spear began to crack. Finally, with a pung noise, the golden long spear was completely broken by Shao. Zhan Feng released a great cry, complexion becoming pale to the extreme. The golden pike patterns on his arm disappeared, true blood destroyed. Shao took action without holding back at all, his hands flickering about. The imperishable scriptures patterns were restrained in his flesh, unstoppable as they struck at Zhan Feng. Pong! Zhan Feng didn't want to face him head-on, yet had no choice. It was because he couldn't evade the other party's speed too fast, pressuring him while striking. The strike crippled Zhan Feng's arm, bloody mist surging. His right arm disappeared. Then, Shao formed a fist imprint, smashing down murderously. The death scenes of the mantis centipede and monster with 12 pairs of arms played out once more. Zhan Feng walked the same path as them. White robes dyed in blood, unable to face his opponent at all. He was blasted flying under Shao's peerless fist strength. Pooh! In the end, his body was broken to pieces. He was killed on the battlefield before everyone's faces. Zhan Feng died in battle. This place was dead silent. The foreign young kings truly alarmed this time. Even Zhan Feng, who had Anlin bloodline, actually died. Killed. This left many people stunned. Is this the so-called person with true blood, having 1/4 Anlin true blood within him? He was nothing more than this, Shao said coldly. This was a major event. Anlin's descendant actually died such a miserable death, making everyone's minds heavy. Shao also finally confirmed that this type of confrontation would inevitably lead to him having to face the few-membered Anlin clan. No wonder the immortal tortoise shell fragment displayed an abnormality. It touched upon the fate of clans and other things. Zhan Feng actually died. The foreign cultivators finally snapped back to reality. Then, many people released this low shout. Next, Shao spoke, his voice indifferent and ruthless, ringing through this battlefield. Another young foreign king died. Could it be that Shao really was going to continue fighting? Everyone looked towards Shao, feeling like he really might kill a group of kings all by himself. It was this next, again. However, now, the foreign young kings felt completely different. There was nothing more terrible than this. Previously, when Shao first said next, many people felt like he was courting death, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, so they only ridiculed him. However, now, many creatures became alarmed. The battle results were right before them. These were not bullshitted, but produced by killing. Now that even Anlin's descendant was killed, no one dared look down on him. Who could look down on this young man? This was definitely a terrifying young supreme being, one who could kill kings. Hateful, this ant actually wants to devour heavenly dragons. A freak emerged from the defeated's descendants. The snake Xianxia found this hard to accept, belittling the other party like this. It had a silver body, the thick snake tail moving about there. It had wanted to take action before, but now it felt some misgivings, feeling apprehension towards Shao. Zhan Feng had 1/4 of Anlin clan's true blood within him. Just how powerful was that? However, he was still defeated. The golden pike that was condensed from a strand of true blood was even broken, truly shocking too many foreign creatures. Killed him well. What Anlin true blood? What true name power? What unmatched family? The so-called genius was nothing more than this. Wasn't he still killed by Huang? From the 9 heavens 10 earth side, the people were naturally happy, cheering there. All of the young cultivators' faces revealed brilliance. These successive great victories truly boosted their morale. The main thing was that the previous defeats left them all feeling suffocated. Heroes dying miserably one after another, falling in this ancient battlefield, truly dealing too great of a mental blow to everyone here. Now, Shao was standing there alone, continuously defeating 3 foreign heroes, establishing undefeated divine might, triggering great waves, becoming the focal point of everyone's attention. Next, it has been many years since someone looked down on the cultivators of my world like this. Today, you all were actually slaughtered by a single person until you cannot even raise your heads. Are you all scared of him? In the back, a blurry figure stood close to the black abyss, as if it was a living fossil that had existed throughout the ages, not moving at all. However, his words rang out, shaking up everyone. He didn't fly into a terrible rage, but this type of cold words made one feel even more shaken up, feel a great fear. The younger generation kings all revealed ashamed looks. When faced with that human cultivator, they even forgot to retort just now, not immediately speaking back. This really made them seem a bit lacking in boldness and bravery. What is there to be scared of? From the past until now, who knows just how many powerful heavenly talents my world has produced, these individuals' shocking past and present. His methods, when compared to those creatures, what can they count as? There were foreign young kings who said this loudly. Kill him. He is nothing more than the descendant of the defeated immortal ancient people. Even their immortals have all been killed, their ancestors killed until they crawled beneath our feet. As a descendant, he is nothing. It is just like how we dealt with his ancestors. Just kill him and that's that. Wave after wave of fighting energy surged into the heavens. The foreign young kings all carried a type of innate superiority, extremely arrogant. They were instantly stirred up, wishing to kill Xianxia. Moreover, there were 2 young kings whose figures were especially striking, both of them releasing chaotic energy, standing out from the masses. These 2 didn't say anything this entire time, only now releasing light from their eyes. Inside their pupils, the universe became disillusioned, scenes of the world collapsing appearing from time to time. These were terrifying experts. Xianxia swept out a look, but he didn't feel fear. However, he knew that there might be danger, that they might be unimaginable young enemies, but he still remained unflustered. The immortal tortoise shell fragments didn't immediately shine, not directly selecting Xianxia's next opponent. It was because after he continuously won 3 rounds, his strength dominating his opponents, this could be considered a great victory. He could retreat, even more so able to rest and take some time to recover. This was a rule, a standard established during the immortal ancient battle of the past. Could be said that this was completely imitating immortal ancient last phase's great battle at the peak. That was a battle so intense ghosts wept and deities howled. Sun and moon lost radiance. Great stars continuously fell. Immortal kings fought with their lives on the line, but the results were tragic. The 9 heavens 10 earth sides still defeated. The war banner of the past was used to wrap the corpses of immortal kings, blood dyeing the heavens reed, even more so scattering the wills and conviction of the people. Today, this battle naturally couldn't compare to the world-shaking great confrontation of the last days, but it still had long-lasting effects. Victory or defeat might very well be related to the fates of clans and other things. The foreign side released cries of war, angrily rebuking, while the 9 heavens 10 earth side was cheering, forming 2 extremes. Xianxia stood on the battlefield, naturally becoming the focal point of everyone's attention. What are you putting on such an arrogant display for? Does he really delusionally think he can face the young kings of our side alone? He is definitely going to die a miserable death, pay the price for his arrogance, a young foreign expert said. Xianxia originally could stop, but he instead stood there like a javelin, not moving at all, waiting for new opponents to appear. There was previously a group of people who were known to shine with the sun and moon, as ancient as the world, immortal beings, but when they faced our world, the sun and moon were shook down, heaven and earth collapsed, these people naturally also all defeated. There were some who were lucky enough to die, but they still became prisoners. Others even had their wills wiped out, becoming the most obedient slaves. Someone deliberately brought this up, ridiculing Xianxia as a descendant of defeated people. The end result of the ancient people really was miserable. At this moment, the shares of the 9 heavens 10 earth sides stopped, everyone's eyes becoming ice cold, staring at those people angrily. This was just going too far, humiliating the ancient people again and again. Those were but their ancestors. Now that they were humiliated like this, it truly was hard for them to bear. They really wanted to get justice for their ancestors. Is that so? Some of those so-called paramount figures became servants. Some of the foreigners pretended to be confused. Only after consulting others did they say, "Wu, I remember, my family's ancient ancestor had a walking corpse-like slave. Turns out he was the ancestor of this side's people." When the people from the 9 heavens 10 earths heard this, their eyes all became red. Enough! Sure how berated. Not even he could take any more. In the past, your ancestors won a few battles, but that is not you. My world's past humiliation. The day will come sooner or later when it will be settled. Sure how said with a cold voice. Ha ha! On the other side, the group of young kings roared with laughter, doing this on purpose to neutralize the dejection and resentment produced by the 3 successive defeats. Sure how didn't say a single thing. He sat down, producing a large cauldron. He added water from a divine spring inside, and then started up a divine flame. What was he going to do? A few people were shocked. Bring over all of my spoils of war. Sure how shouted towards Chao Yuxing. Chao Yuxing and the others immediately knew what he was going to do. They quickly moved over the mantis centipede's body, as well as that golden goat-like damaged body. Apart from this, Sure how personally moved, dragging the ruined body of the Anlin clan descendant Zhan Feng over. Zhan Feng's original body was like a white lion, entirely snow-white like jade. Only, right now, it was in ruins just like the mantis centipede and golden goat, only having some of their body left because they were beaten until they exploded. Sure how sat there alone, doing things himself. He skinned and washed them, cleaning up the 3 experts' meat, his actions smooth and skilled, extremely experienced. What are you doing? Are you humiliating the young kings of my world? On the other side, the foreign creature's mockery, laughter, and cold words finally stopped. There were some who couldn't help but shout out, unable to continue watching this. These are my spoils of war. Why do you all care what I do with them? If you want them back, then hand over the great Mist Purple Energy Seed and Life Seed. Otherwise, get lost, Sure how coldly replied. At this moment, everyone knew what he was going to do. It was just too obvious. The mantis centipede, golden goat, and Zhan Feng were treated like ingredients. After their carcasses were cleaned, they were tossed into the cauldron to stew. Do you want to die? On the other side, there were people who were about to go crazy, roaring out, truly angered badly. The glorious foreign young kings were actually treated like food by another, moreover cleaned up right in the battlefield. This truly was a type of tremendous shame. Just close your mouths. If you can't accept this, then just come up and hand over your lives. I'll have another type of food to eat then. Sure how directly shouted, showing no sign of stopping, preparing his food here. Inside the cauldron, the 3 great creatures' meat released brilliant radiance. Outside the cauldron, Sure how prepared another Tao flame, directly using it to roast. Regardless of whether it was the golden lamb leg or the other 2 types of creatures' meat, they were all roasted until oil dripped down, the meat quality fine, releasing an alluring fragrance. Only Sure how would do something like this. Normal people definitely wouldn't cook the meat of young kings with a Tao flame, because the divine force they contained was just too strong. You actually dare do this? On the foreign side, those young kings couldn't sit still. Sure how's retaliation was too sudden, unable to be processed with normal reasoning. They humiliated the ancient people of the 9 heavens 10 earths, mentioning how they became prisoners, how their wills were erased, turned into puppet slaves, so Sure how now displayed this hand. These are only my food. This was definitely the meaning this young man wanted to express. All of the foreign young kings knew that this was what he was thinking. Meanwhile, the other side didn't say anything, but rather used direct action to slap their faces. It was just too clear, too painful, making a few creatures erupt with fury. Their eyes become scarlet red. Good. On the 9 heavens 10 earth side, many people couldn't help but cry out. Everyone felt as if there was a wave of heat surging within them, making their blood boil. Sure how's actions made them feel delighted. Many people couldn't help but release a long roar. Right now, Hao didn't fight, but his actions made many from the 9 heavens 10 earth side feel that this was even better than the great battles. Your conduct and deeds have crossed the bottom line of what we can allow. We will definitely hack you into mincemeat. Many people roared out from among the foreign young kings. I am waiting. Whoever comes, whoever I'll kill. Hao replied like this. Then the meat fragrance wafted out. Streaks of essence energy radiance also released. It had to be said that the essence contained within the 3 great kings was too astonishing. This was definitely a great mending medicine, comparable to divine-level ginseng fruits. I am someone who has a single desire, which is to taste all the delicacies of the world. This is the first time I am going to enjoy the food of the other side. Woo! It really isn't bad. Too delicious. Hao stood on the battlefield alone, starting to eat the golden meat chunks, the meat accompanied by large amounts of auspicious multicolored light. I'm going to kill you. The people on the other side screamed out, truly provoked. Many of them were seething with anger to the point where they were going to faint. They had never experienced this type of humiliation before. Mantis centipede, a golden goat, and a white lion with anlin true blood. These 3 are all land animals, so now that they are cooked together, I should give it a name. I feel like triple delight is quite suitable. Hao ate while speaking inarticulately. A thick meat fragrance wafted about, the smell simply about to melt one's tongue off. On the 9 heavens 10 earth side, when everyone heard this, they were first speechless, and then they all laughed loudly. You will definitely die a miserable death today. Atone for your crimes with blood. Wash away this type of humiliation. The foreign kings roared out. Bring over wine. Hao called out, heroic spirit surging, asking for people behind him for fine wine. Chi! A pot of divine wine flew over, personally brought over by an elder from a long-life family. Hao stood up, undid the seal, and then raised it up, drinking down a large mouthful. Triple delight is only the appetizer. Come, I will kill whoever comes. I want to gather 10 great mending ingredients. These brash words sounded, shouted out, shaking up great scarlet skies borders. He was going to face the entire foreign side's younger generation kings alone. Deserves to be killed, so hateful. Some of the foreign young kings couldn't help but roar out, angered by Hao's words until they erupted with rage, hair even starting to stand up in anger. When had they ever been humiliated like this? Their side of the world was above all life, overlooking the cultivators of the 9 heavens 10 earths. Ever since the ancient times, whenever they fought, they always achieved great victors. However now, a young man actually humiliated them like this. These young kings were normally high up above, yet today they were treated like food by this person, cooked before everyone. The most unforgivable thing was that he actually gave that so-called dish a name, calling it triple delight. These 2 words' destructive force was too great, making the kings' faces all fall, their lungs feel like they were going to explode. Never before had they felt so humiliated. They were young foreign kings, yet the 3 of them together were given this type of name. This was definitely going to become a joke. It was to the extent where they could imagine that due to the destructiveness of the name Triple Delight, it was going to spread throughout the lands. If this happened, all clans knowing of it, it might even be recorded in history. One side was angered to the extreme, while the other side roared with laughter. Ever since the battles began, the cultivators of the 9 heavens 10 earths had never felt as carefree as right now. When they watched Hao eat this triple delight dish, many people's expression became incredibly brilliant. You won't be able to continue living. Act complacent while you can. You are going to die soon. On the foreign side, the snake Xianxia and others spoke coldly, cursing him. The battlefield was extremely spacious. Hao stood there, one hand on a wine jar, the other holding a piece of tender golden meat, drinking large gulps and taking big bites. He didn't berate those people, because the words that should have been said have already been said. Right now, he calmed down, only praising the meat quality, the wonderful taste, how he had never tried something like this before, that these were top-level delicacies in this world. The other side berated him, cursing out loudly, threatening that they were going to take his life. However, Hao was just that calm. only sharp radiance occasionally flashing past his eyes, as if lightning hacked across a dark night, piercing into one's soul. That white lion had Anlin clan's true blood inside of him. The taste really isn't bad, having a special fragrance. Hao commented. When these words sounded, the other side became quiet, the foreign cultivators alarmed, angry, and scared. How daring was this youngster? Was he really going to offend Anlin clan to the end? They felt like this young man should be glad that there were no direct descendants from Anlin clan here. Otherwise, the most terrifying things would definitely happen. After the initial shock, many young kings became even angrier. Anlin clan was a family that they revered, high up above, worthy of everyone looking up to, once their undefeated ancient protectors. How could they tolerate a small cultivator's blaspheme? A few creatures denounced him, berating him, their words naturally unpleasant, but Hao pretended as if he didn't hear anything, instead asking, Zhanfeng is a white lion. So what kind of appearance is Anlin clan? Don't tell me the true Anlin clan is also an ingredient of triple delight. Many people's faces twitched, finding this intolerable. These words were too daring. No matter who it was, they couldn't insult Anlin clan like this. Woo, this mantis centipede doesn't taste bad. After the shell is removed, the meat inside is white and tender, the flavor excellent. This type of centipede flesh is better than even the divine prawn produced by Dragon Palace. Hao commented again. Someone from the mantis centipede clan immediately shouted. They were not centipedes but rather a type of ultra-king race, high up above, overlooking 10,000 clans. Hao drank large gulps, enjoying large mouthfuls of delicious food, saying to himself there, "This is the first time I ate foreign food. Definitely an unforgettable memory. I really feel great." Right at this time, the immortal tortoise shell fragment finally moved, releasing dazzling light. A shell fragment landed in the hands of a young king. It was time. The shell fragment chose Hao's next opponent. This was a brilliant creature, scarlet light rushing into the heavens. It walked over step by step, the earth below its feet melting into magma. It was fiery red and blazing like a piece of blazing steel. Magma King, someone said quietly. This was an extremely powerful young king, someone who was different from other creatures. It was because it was simply as if made of lava, lacking flesh and blood. It was rumored that his type of species was produced from the volcanoes under the sea, innately able to control fire, grasping great yang essence, condensing the power of a fire bloodline. Hao gave it a look, and then with a light sigh, said, "Does your side have no one left, sending out a freak like this?" In front of the black abyss, the foreign creatures all glared angrily at him. He truly was becoming more and more arrogant, already looking down on his opponent before they even exchanged moves. The cultivators of the 9 heavens 10 earths finally felt as if a breath of resentment was let out. Previously, regardless of whether it was the snake Xianxia, golden devil bird, or the others, they all looked down on their opponents, showing their world's people contempt. Now, they finally reacted. Huang won 3 great battles, starting to show the other side disdain. Looking down on the other kings, everything flipped over. Moreover, it was hard for the other side to retort to this. "You are going too far. Looking down on our side's kings like this, you will definitely be used as a flesh sacrifice," a foreign cultivator shouted. Hao explained, saying, "You all misunderstood. It isn't that I am looking down on his strength, but rather that the so-called Magma clan's constitution is too terrible. Actually all made of lava, no meat, so what am I supposed to eat? I wanted to gather a 4th ingredient to make 4 type meatballs." His voice wasn't too fast or too slow. This type of tone immediately made the foreign kings furious to the point where their noses became crooked, really wanting to crush him to death with a single grip. That type of explanation was clearly looking down on all of the kings, long treating them like a plate of food. "Kill!" Magma King roared, throwing itself over. It didn't have a set form, changing from a human body directly into a scarlet tiger, throwing itself over, wishing to tear Hao apart. Hong! The great earth split open, magma surging, ultimately rushing high up into the sky. From the distance, the scarlet red color was absolutely horrifying. Pooh! Even the void was burned until it caved in, falling apart. Bright red liquid flowed, destroying everything. Shurhao was shocked. This monster really did have some methods, actually attacking like this, controlling the power of the flame Dao, the temperature terrifyingly high. However, he wasn't scared. He supported the single heavenly passage, standing there, immediately becoming impervious to all methods. Divine light surged, forming a origin divine ring. Pong! Shurhao increased speed, rushing at that magma king. His palm hacked down, striking at the scarlet tiger, making it release a sky-shocking roar. The ferocious tiger suddenly disappeared, turning into red magma, merging with the scarlet-red liquid that filled heaven and earth, unknown where it was. Destroy! Shurhao released a short shout. His hands moved, divine might world-shocking, using his magical force to suppress the red lava. However, the great earth had long melted, forming a sea of magma, burning heaven and earth. It turned into a scarlet-red wave that reached into the heavens, the scene horrifying to the extreme. It was like an expanse of Red Sea, blazing heat rushing into the heavens, engulfing that place. Everyone's expressions changed, even Shurhao shocked. He underestimated this creature. Its methods were definitely extraordinary. Pong! Shurhao's fist strength was incomparable, smashing into the sea of lava with full power, stirring up heaven overflowing waves. A muffled groan sounded. Still not coming out? Shurhao shouted. His 10 fingers all moved, lightning surging, hacking down fiercely, blasting the sea of lava until it surged, to the extent where it was going to dry up. Chi! Suddenly, the sun in the sky fired down a streak of astonishing radiance. Great Yang essence. It was guided down, melting all things. Magma King harmonized with heaven and earth, summoning the power of Great Yang essence. Hong! Unfortunately, it ran into Shurhao, not someone who could be evaluated with normal reasoning. Shurhao used the Kuan Peng precious technique, rushing up, his wings like clouds that filled the skies, severing the Great Yang essence, scattering it. This battle didn't continue for a long time, but it was enough to leave Shurhao greatly shaken. The seemingly ordinary Magma King was actually this powerful. Pooh! However, Magma King was still not a match. Forcibly dragged out of the sea of magma by Shurhao, and then killed on the spot, its body exploding. Apart from large amounts of lava, there was also sparkling light. This creature was not only made of magma, there was divine stone, as well as bits of flesh. It seems like the quality of the 4-type meatball is going to fall a bit, Shurhao said. On the foreign side, many creatures' eyes became red. That was but the flesh of the magma clan, originally rock, later producing flesh. It was definitely a precious great mending medicine. There were some who believed that this type of rock that turned into flesh was even better than a few divine medicines. Many creatures roared out from the foreign side. They suffered 4 defeats in succession. This was difficult for them to accept. Moreover, all achieved by a single person. This really shouldn't be happening. A few creatures' eyes became deep, staring rigidly at Shurhao. Shurhao also looked over, shouting out, "Snake Xianxia, Golden Devil Bird. You all should understand well that the ones I want to kill the most are you two. Do you dare come and fight? I'll even allow both of you to come at me together." Everyone's expressions changed. After Shurhao's 4th great victory, he directly issued a challenge. The effects of this were just too great. The Snake Xianxia and Golden Devil Bird were both stunned. If they didn't accept the challenge under this type of situation, then they would be lowering their heads. How were they even supposed to raise their heads in their world again? The Snake Xianxia was the first one to fight, insufferably arrogant, looking down on its opponent. However, it really was strong, killing Shen Kuan, a young supreme being who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, dying miserably. Moreover, the Snake Xianxia looked down on the creatures of this world again and again, humiliating them again and again. He showed this side contempt, even more so mocking the deceased ancient people. This was precisely the reason why Shurhao wanted to kill it. The Golden Devil Bird race was extremely frightening, previously inflicting great harm to this world during Immortal Ancient Great Era, forcing without end Immortal King to personally enter the other side. using his Dao Bell to wipe out this clan. Unfortunately, there were still fish that escaped the net. Now, this clan had long recovered, rising up powerfully again. Once war erupted again, they would definitely be a great problem. That golden-haired girl on the other side came precisely from this clan. She killed Lu Hong, who had a life seed, moreover ridiculed this world having no one worthy, that none of them could take a single blow. Now, sure how targeted these two creatures. He won 4 rounds. He's going to cross the halfway mark soon. Someone said quietly, "What are you scared of? I'll go and show him." The snake Xianxia made its decision. Couldn't tolerate everyone's glares anymore. If it didn't go out because of fear, it would no longer have any footing on the other side where bravery was glory. Only the immortal tortoise shell fragment already chose someone. A tall and sturdy man with 2 heads was selected. Gemini King, someone said quietly. This clan's people were extremely terrifying, able to destroy all methods with its 2 heads, known as terrifying magic cultivators. This battle was extremely intense, magical force surging between heaven and earth. Gemini King's 2 heads both chanted a foreign ancient incantation, interfering with the balance of this world. And, in the distance, Lan Xian and others who were watching were shocked. The perfect seeds in their bodies were disturbed, greatly affected. The incantation Gemini King chanted was the fruit of the foreign side's many years of research, able to interfere with perfect ancient seeds. Gemini King was most suited to using secret methods to begin with. Now that it displayed it, it was first testing things out, trying to see if Sure How had an ancient seed. Unfortunately, he was disappointed, nothing detected. Meanwhile, he himself was forced into a passive state, Sure How sending fists smashing at him. Bath in radiance, purge all sin. Darkness is eternal, desires without end. Gemini King's 2 heads chanted secret incantations, light and darkness appearing simultaneously, standing side by side. 2 types of ancient methods erupted, and then they smashed together. The song of light and darkness rang through heaven and earth. Hong. Moreover, it was accompanied by a surging force of destruction that swept out, destroying everything in its path. The battle was extremely astonishing, leaving even Sure How shocked. This Gemini King was extremely strong, but he could still withstand this attack. Moreover, with his extreme speed and domineering fist strength, he forcibly blasted through the screen of light and dark, slaughtering his way forward, striking this opponent. Gemini King opened his mouth and roared out. All types of symbols and incantations were displayed, forming a storm of death. A black vortex quickly expanded, about to devour Sure How's flesh. However, all of his hopes amounted to nothing. The vortex forcibly torn apart by Sure How, unable to swallow him up. Pong! The great world trembled. Sure How condensed a fist imprint, a heaven-shaking sound erupting, shattering Gemini King's body protective barrier. Then that fist penetrated his body. Pooh! A rain of blood flew out. Gemini King fell. His entire body exploded in the void. Primordial spirit wanted to flee, but it was directly grabbed by Sure How. The instant he closed his hand, divine light erupted, completely obliterated. 5 victories in a row. Sure How already killed 5 great kings in succession. Snake Xianxia, Golden Devil Bird, are you too scared? Using your words, come over and kneel down, and I might leave you all with your lives. Sure How roared out. These 2 creatures had previously threatened Shen Kuan and Lu Hong, who had the life seeds similarly, humiliating them. Sure How was extremely upset then. When Shen Kuan and Lu Hong were killed in battle, he wanted to kill these 2 enemies even more. As you wish, I'll fight against you, the snake Xianxia shouted. It was forced into a corner, not backing up. It had to fight. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to raise its head, instead completely losing all face. It had previously won, so now it could choose to re-enter the battlefield, not needing to be chosen by the immortal tortoise shell fragment. The snake Xianxia flew over. Its wide silver Xianxia wings moved, as if rushing out straight from hell. It carried a terrifying aura, engulfing this entire ancient battlefield. It had a human trunk and 4 limbs, but its head was a silver snake. and there was a silvery white and shining snake tail behind it, as if cast from metal. This was an extremely powerful clan, flesh sturdy and unbreakable, as if it was an unbreaking golden body. Not long ago, when Xianxia fought it, he did everything he could, but just couldn't injure the snake Yuxia at all. In the end, his body was blasted through, ripped to pieces. At that time, its ferocity was heaven overflowing, insufferably arrogant, making everyone feel restraining fear. There was no lack of immortals in the last era, yet they were still defeated, some even more so becoming my realm's great one's servants. From what I heard, these were your ancestors. Do you think that you can overturn the heavens just because you won a few rounds? Come, I will kill you. The snake Yuxia's mouth was extremely vile, immediately provoking Hao, wishing to anger him, disturb his Tao heart. Chi! Hao left behind an afterimage, rushing forward, directly taking action. Divine light erupted in 10,000 streaks, as if a sun was exploding here. Huang has been angered. Many people from the 9 heavens 10 earth side cried out in alarm. Hao was indeed angry. The snake Yuxia brought up the events of the past again and again and again, humiliating the people of the last great era, so he was naturally going to take action ruthlessly. Chi! Heavenly winds roared. It had to be said that the snake Yuxia's silver wings were extremely frightening, stirring up great winds. They not only smashed apart the void, they also formed a domain, imprisoning a few people's movements. Hao's speed slowed down a bit, still affected somewhat. Eventually, it was as if he entered a swamp, every movement extremely difficult. Not long ago, Xianxia was locked in place precisely because of this and then killed. I originally thought that you might be quite strong, but it seems like I overthought things. The snake Yuxia spat out its red snake tongue, releasing sisi sounds. It suddenly released its power, large amounts of symbols crashing down onto Hao. So, suddenly, Hao moved, facing the other party, increasing his speed while moving. He was going to smash straight into the snake Yuxia. The so-called restriction only affected him for a moment at the start, and then it was neutralized, difficult for it to obstruct Hao any further. Chi! The snake Yuxia brandished its wings, hacking them down towards Hao, silver radiance resplendent. The sky dome was immediately hacked apart, the world as if split in half. However, with a pu sound, Hao's fist blasted through one of its wings, blood immediately pouring out, making it release a muffled groan. They had just begun. Yet the snake Yuxia was already injured. It was clearly not Hao's match. Kill! The snake Yuxia roared, its entire body surging with blazing silver light, as if it was set aflame. In addition, there was blinding radiance that rushed into the heavens, drowning out this place. It transferred extreme power, moreover releasing a fatal blow. The silver snake tail behind it silently formed a silver war spear, hacking towards Hao's head. Xianxia died just like this, his body pierced by this tail, killed on the spot. Chong! Hao raised his right hand. It released large amounts of auspicious light, and then it fiercely hacked forward, wind and thunder erupting, the noise absolutely deafening. With a pu sound, Hao's right hand was like a blade, hacking forward. Blood splashed out. The snake Yuxia released a miserable howl, body tumbling about, running from that area. The silver snake tail of its body that was known to be unbreaking had a piece hacked off, directly becoming a severed tail. Not long ago it was still unstoppable, killing Xianxia, but now it was hacked at like this by another. While it released roars of pain, there was also a type of uneasiness and great fear. The main reason was because Hao had been studying the imperishable scripture the entire time. He used it on his own hands, which was why all things broke before them. Who? The snake Yuxia moved its wings. Lightning immediately rumbled, the scene terrifying to the extreme. This was its Yuxia side, using its clan's profound mysteries. Meanwhile, its snake head didn't waste time either, chanting incantations, attacking Hao fiercely, wishing to kill him. Hong! Hao looked at it coldly. He released the greatest power, rushing forward murderously. Those incantations and barriers of light all disappeared. Shao's fists smashed apart everything. The snake Yixia's body smashed flying, blood flowing in a long stream. Its wings were already in complete tatters, beaten to ruins. Oh! The snake Yuxia roared angrily, carrying unwillingness, staking it all against Shao. Pooh! His conclusion was already set. Shao displayed the imperishable scripture symbols, his hands becoming unimaginably sturdy, blasting half the snake Yuxia's body to ruins. Where is your domineeringness, your insolence now? Come! Shao shouted. Pa! In the end, Shao condensed a fist imprint, his fist smashing into the snake Yuxia's frontal bone, killing it. The snake Yuxia died just like that. Golden devil bird, do you not want to come up anymore? Shao shouted. At this moment, he already won 6 rounds, making the minds of the foreign young kings grave. Kill! That golden-haired woman rushed over, attacking Shao. Shao didn't act politely, using the imperishable scripture's profound mysteries from the first strike. Divine light surged around his fist, as if an angry wave engulfed everything, sweeping forward. Pooh! As a result, the golden feathers withered. This devil bird that transformed into a beautiful woman was injured. If this continued, Shao really was going to slaughter his way to the end. Shao! The golden devil bird turned into a streak of golden light. After this strike, it quickly withdrew. After testing Shao out, it suffered greatly, its golden feathers withering. They fell from her original body, every single one as if cast from gold. As they landed on the ground, releasing zhang sounds, even boulders weighing hundreds of thousands of gene hacked apart. Shao stood in the battlefield, not being struck down. It was as if he was an unmovable Marshall Dao peak, towering over this place, looking down on his opponent. The golden devil bird turned into a blonde woman, gorgeous and beautiful. Her head of long hair resplendent like a sun, even her pupils golden. Right now, they flowed with divine multicolored light. Shao knew that this woman was extremely unordinary, even stronger than the snake Yuxia. One had to understand that just now, she took the initiative to attack him, actually daring to carry out a physical clash. This type of test was extremely bold. If it was a normal creature, they would have definitely exploded from Shao's attack, no suspense at all. Even that snake Yuxia was blasted apart by Shao's fist. However, even though the golden devil bird was injured, her vitality wasn't injured. After coughing out blood, her injuries didn't worsen to a serious degree. This side has always been suppressed, but now, a freak has appeared. The golden devil bird stared at Shao. Strand after strand of golden blazing multicolored light was released from her eyes. In reality, this was also what the foreign kings were thinking. In their eyes, Shao was ridiculously powerful, simply able to sweep through a group of kings, impossible to defeat. This made every single young king feel extremely uncomfortable. They were all bloodthirsty, warmongering species, powerful and undefeated. Yet they were actually obstructed in this side, stopped by a young man. Huang, he stood there alone, defeating 6 great experts in a row. 6 kings died. This was a major event. If the golden devil bird was defeated as well, then she would be the 7th. Defeat meant death, there was no other choice. The golden devil bird opened her mouth, saying, "Human, you should come to our side. You will enjoy endless glory, splendor, wealth, and rank, exceptional beauties, ancestral methods, long life medicines. All of them can be granted." Shao was stunned, not expecting her to try to persuade him like this. "Do you feel like you have to right to say these types of words to me? In my eyes, when you stepped into this place, you were already a dead person." Shao replied coldly. The golden-haired girl laughed coldly and said, "You can only see the small situation, unable to see the grand state of affairs. You are about to die soon anyway. Once my world's great army descends, what will remain? You are strong, your talent exceptional, perhaps comparable to a few legendary youngsters from my side. But so what? From the past until now, there has been no lack of talented creatures. Moreover, my world's ancient ancestors love killing this world's geniuses the most. Once war completely erupts, you will die without a burial site. Right now, I am trying to show you a path of life, giving you a chance to live. The golden devil bird stood there, voice not loud, but it rang through this battlefield. From time to time, she looked towards the distant great Sutua, Chigu, Shuri, and others. This was an innuendo for surrender. It could also be considered a type of warning. What a joke! Hao remained unmoved, pressing forward step by step. The entire great earth began to shake violently, the ground rupturing open. Great cracks extended out who knew how many li, even the clouds in the sky collapsing under a wave of powerful aura. You think I am joking? Think about that terrifying result. Your world cannot stop us at all, destined to be massacred. If you instead rely on our side, perhaps you can achieve great glory, perhaps even become a miracle, rise up far above, establish a king clan belonging to yourself. The golden devil bird said. When she saw Hao laugh coldly, she added once more, you won't be lonely, because in the past, there were this type of geniuses that surrendered, becoming top-level great clans of our world. Nonsense, Hao berated. The ancient people were killed in battle, not a single one returning. All of them possessed indomitable spirits, could not be blasphemed against. I am telling you as it is. I offer you a path of life. As for whether there are geniuses who decided to change sides, there is proof that can be consulted in your world as well. The descendants that were left in your world were called sinners' blood descendants. What did you say? Hao's eyes stood up, exerting a great pressure, killing intent engulfing the heavens above and earth below. It was because what the other side said was too shocking. In the back, Shuri and Qin Hao's eyebrows also stood up vertically, great waves stirring within their minds, their fists clenching. If you do not believe me, then so be it. My world cherishes heaven-warping geniuses the most. If you change sides, you will definitely rise up, rule over an area. The golden devil bird didn't give up, still talking about this. You talk too much. I'll send you on your way. Hao's face fell, his mind unable to calm down at all. At the same time, he felt like his own ancestors wouldn't be sinners, because he had seen the scenes passed down through Stone Clan's imprints. Those ancestors roared, crying out that they weren't sinners, that what flowed within their blood wasn't Sunner's blood, but rather glory, brilliance, and unmatched power. Moreover, Stone Clan didn't have Sinner's blood. Then who was the true Sinner's bloodline? Where were they? I am giving you a chance, yet you don't cherish it. The golden devil bird's eyes became cold. Kill! Hao took action, decisive and ruthless, even more berserk than before. It was because the other party's words prevented him from calming down. Chi! Golden feathers flew out one after another, all of them burning brilliantly, even more terrifying than divine arrows, every one of them penetrating the void, flying towards Hao. This was the golden devil bird's innate ability. Feathers like heavenly arrows, hundreds of thousands of them, covering heaven and earth. They were incredibly crazy, space exploding in this place, completely breaking apart. When she fought against Lu Hong, she never displayed this. However, now it had just began. Yet she already staked it all, not hesitating to pay any price. Hao's hands moved, and then with a violent shake, a lightning vortex was formed. Countless streaks of lightning winded about, devouring all of the golden divine feathers, as if 100 rivers gathered into a sea. Originally, these divine arrow-like feathers were extremely terrifying, piercing the world, every single one able to kill an expert. Now that hundreds of thousands of them were together, the power was simply unimaginable. This was one of the golden devil bird's trump cards that she wasn't willing to rashly reveal. However, now, after the lightning vortices appeared, this ancestral method was broken through. The hundreds of thousands of golden feathers rushing into the blazing vortices, great explosions erupting. Pong! Countless golden feathers were snapped, golden feathers filling the skies. A rain of blood scattered down, the scene horrifying. Hao used the Lightning Emperor Precious Technique's greatest methods to stop this powerful attack. Pooh! The golden devil bird coughed out blood, staggering backwards. Those were her own divine feathers, and now they were destroyed, so she naturally suffered injuries as well. Xianxia walked over step by step, figure becoming indistinct, primal chaos surging. It was as if a war immortal walked over from the distant past, unstoppable, mysterious, and powerful goo. The golden devil bird cried out, using its clan's most well-known ancestral method. When the devil bird cried, the world under heaven would be in dismay. This was a type of extremely terrifying ancestral technique, most suitable for using on the battlefield. It could attack indiscriminately, kill enemies on a large scale. Xianxia felt a stinging pain on his frontal bone. Primordial spirit attacked by a mysterious power, as if it was going to fall apart. His soul was attacked, his precious techniques and other things that were currently being displayed naturally stopping. Goo! The golden devil bird didn't stop, crying out again. It was extremely deafening, extremely unpleasant to hear, but it truly was terrifying. It was as if a heavenly blade rushed over murderously from outer space, the snow-white blade illuminating mountains and rivers, about to penetrate Xianxia's forehead. This type of ancestral method was too terrifying, simply impossible to defend against. Lu Hong, who had the life seed, died precisely from this ancestral method. Even though she possessed abundant life force, far surpassing ordinary people, she still couldn't escape death. This was especially the case when the golden devil bird wasn't like how she was when dealing with Lu Hong right now, only crying once each time. Right now, after 2 cries sounded, she released the devil voice again. Goo, goo, goo. This was unprecedented. The golden devil bird continuously released ear-splitting sounds, shaking up heaven and earth. In the distance, all of the youngsters' expressions changed. They quickly backed up, not daring to get close. This was too frightening. The void even began to distort. That sound hacked at one's soul, burning the primordial spirit, specialized in erasing one's will. Before, the golden devil bird defeated Lu Hong just by releasing a single cry each time. However, now she actually released 5 devil cries in succession. She is risking it all, not hesitating to exhaust the ancestral blood within her, releasing her life essence. A foreign elder said, Goo, goo, goo goo. No one expected the golden devil bird to add 4 more cries, each more urgent than the last, more terrifying. Moreover, she vomited blood with each cry. This heaven and earth became different, an expanse of terrifying ripples merging with primal chaos, instantly drowning out Xianxia, surrounding the world below. Finished, that freak named Huang is definitely dead. Who would have expected that it is 9 cries? How many years has it been since a golden devil bird was able to do this? A foreign young king felt both shock and admiration. Normally speaking, displaying a single devil cry would already leave the golden devil bird exhausted, needing to wait another few hundred moves before it could be used again. Few golden devil birds could shout out several times in a single breath, 3 breaths already enough to make them vomit blood, for cries severing a large portion of life. One couldn't even begin to imagine what 9 cries signified. It was because not only was there the issue of one's life force drying up, it was simply impossible, couldn't be done. However, the golden-haired woman did it. 9 whole cries. Heaven and earth even began to rupture, primal chaos merging together with the 9 cries, everything trying to kill Xianxia. How could he escape? It was because based on legends, after 9 ripples spread, all enemies at the same level would undoubtedly die. There wouldn't be any suspense. A crack appeared in the space between Xianxia's brows, a bit of bright red blood flowing down. His body was greatly shaken, entire body feeling as if it was going to explode. Hong! Suddenly, his entire body shone. The true primordial record quietly chanted by him, protecting his primordial spirit, defending his frontal bone. Heaven and earth revolved, the aura of death pushed away by him. Everyone was stunned. This was a situation of inevitable death, yet he actually stopped it? The golden devil bird was in despair, finding this hard to accept. She paid an unimaginable price, only able to release 9 cries this single time in her life, yet it was actually neutralized by the other party. How silently chanted. Radiance flourished in his surroundings, especially the space between his brows, this area especially brilliant. In the end, the bright red blood disappeared, his injuries instantly recovering. Everything was pointing at the fact that Hao's primordial spirit was too strong. It was because he ate a golden Bodhi fruit, soul-guiding lotus, yellow springs fruit, and even more so experienced endless tempering. His primordial spirit sharpened through the true primordial record and lightning, sturdy and imperishable. I can't accept this. The golden-haired woman's eyes grew dim, her life fading, body almost completely exhausted, already lacking the strength to retaliate. For the sake of releasing that attack just now, she paid an unimaginable price. A lump of true blood bestowed upon her by her ancestor was completely used up, even her own life like a candle flame before a storm. I'll send you on your way. Hao's voice was extremely cold and merciless. A finger pointed out. With a pu sound, the golden-haired woman's eyes were wide open, a finger-sized hole appearing between her brows. Blood splashed outwards. She fell straight down. She was extremely beautiful, golden long hair dyed in blood, skin white. However, right now, she lacked life force, fragrance gone jade damaged, becoming a corpse. Seventh one, Hao said coldly. He looked at the other side, at those kings, a beautiful corpse laying at his feet. Seventh one. These three words were extremely cold, and also extremely emotionless, shaking up all of the foreign kings. In that instant, this ancient battlefield where not a blade of grass grew became quiet. Everyone looked towards the battlefield, looking towards that young man that was like a war immortal. Huang, he killed 7 kings in a row, fighting the entire foreign younger generation alone. He won again and again without being defeated, leaving all of these kings shocked. Hateful. The foreign side's people released a low roar. Their fists clenched, fingers were turning white from being crushed. They really wanted to immediately kill Hao, cut this person down. However, the bloody reality was right before their eyes. That young man named Huang really was too terrifying, couldn't be defeated. None of the young kings of various clans had confidence in dealing with him. Even at the 9 heavens 10 earth side, this time, no one cheered or made noise. It was because he fought 7 times, Hao killed 7 great enemies. After everyone's initial excitement, they all began to gradually calm down, feeling worry for Hao. Did the foreign side not have experts? There was no way. It was because the long-life families knew that there were some youngsters from a few ancient families that established absolutely stunning feats in the ancient times. Simply terrifying, shocking even true immortals. Any one of those achievements, if placed in this present age, were impossible to surpass. They were like martial Dao monuments crushing down on everyone. Those people from these families, when they were young, there were some who could already pluck stars and capture the moon, mouth-devouring for seas. They were monsters among monsters. As for just how strong they really were, it was simply unimaginable. After an endless amount of time passed, those ancient families definitely didn't decline. There were definitely monsters hiding among their later generations. Huang, we thank you. You have to be careful. In the back, a few people from Lu family shouted out. They carried disappointment and frustration within the sadness, right now expressing their gratitude. Lu Hong, who had the life seed, was regarded as important by many people. Even though she didn't excel in battle because she comprehended life's true meaning, she had a chance of becoming a long-life being. However, in the end, she died under the golden devil bird's hands. How killed that golden-haired woman, this could be considered getting revenge for her. Right now, the foreign creature's moods were all extremely complex. Many of them thought that this young freak named Huang might truly be an undefeatable enemy. At the very least, it was difficult to find someone among the young creatures who could face him. Perhaps he isn't too much weaker than that person from Anlin clan, someone said quietly, and then began to silently think to himself. The Anlin clan was one of the foreign side's most ancient families, powerful to an inconceivable level, simply unimaginable. The clan's surname was a taboo. Saying the true name would display its might. The Anlin clan has only produced 1 to 2 inheritors with the most powerful bloodlines, at most not exceeding 3. I wonder if one of them will emerge in this era. The foreign kings were commenting from the back, speaking softly. It was because at this time, they were hoping for people from that clan to appear and sweep through the 9 heavens 10 earths, powerfully suppress and kill Sure Hao. Even when a woman whose talents weren't that great married into that clan, she still produced a genius like Zhang Feng, becoming one of the kings of the younger generation. One could see just how terrifying the Anlin clan was. In reality, this clan's direct line of descent, those with truly unmatched bloodlines, would never marry outside the family. Unfortunately, this clan's people were pitifully few, the bloodline too domineering, severely affecting their reproduction. Next, right when the battlefield calmed down, that youngster in the battlefield spoke up. This word was like a metal chisel that drove straight into the hearts of the foreign younger generation, making everyone tremble. Right now, many people felt a sense of humiliation, even more so a type of anger, as well as a sense of defeat. It was just one person on the other side. However, he stopped the path of the young kings. Was there no one who could do anything to him? Could it be that they really had to go back and invite someone out? A single person stopped them, leaving the foreign younger generation kings without countermeasures, unable to face this opponent. This scene, now together with the word next, was naturally ear-splitting. Next, this word carried a type of contempt, as well as a type of coldness, as if a ruler was looking down on them, coldly passing judgment. How could the young foreign experts not feel anger and humiliation? It was because since the beginning of history, it was always their side's creatures that looked down on the 9 heavens 10 earths. Yet now everything was flipped, someone blocking their path, a single person intimidating this group of kings. For that person, this type of power was definitely a type of glory, even more so a type of brilliance. Right now, Sure Hao had already begun to achieve this. No matter what happened later, regardless of whether he died in battle during this moment, he stood at the very peak, the foreign kings not daring to face him head-on. Perhaps the king's numbers were limited, not that many coming here, that there were still stronger individuals hidden. However, right now this scene was enough. In the back, the 9 heavens 10 earths experts, even though they felt envy and jealousy, hot blood surged. Sure Hao's great power made their minds surge with passion. Time circulated. From the past until now, creatures of the 9 heavens 10 earths have always been surrounded by a shadow, suffering threats. But now, a young man was able to defeat the creatures of the other side until they couldn't lift their heads. This naturally left everyone stirred up and excited. "You are too arrogant," someone from the other side shouted. However, not one stood out. The immortal tortoise shell fragment still hadn't shown, not selecting another opponent for Sure Hao. It was because with every third victory, there would be a period of time permitting him to rest on the battlefield. It wouldn't select another opponent during this time. Just now, the snake Xianxia and the golden devil bird, because they had already won before, they could enter the stage at any time without the immortal tortoise shell fragment selection, which was why they could fight a decisive battle against Sure Hao, leading him to winning 7 rounds in a row. Now, he could rest for a short period of time. I only had time to eat triple delight. There is still 4-type meatball, 5-layered meat. It really is a tough choice. There are too many good things. How should I even make the choice? How should I cook it all? Even this is rather taxing on the mind. Sure Hao said with a sigh. You are intolerably unbridled. You are definitely going to die a miserable death today. There were some creatures on the other side who couldn't hold themselves back anymore. What triple delight? 4-type meatballs, 5-layered meat. There wasn't a single decent name, all of them too lowly, dishes of commoners. Wasn't he deliberately mocking the kings? On the ground, the golden-haired woman turned into a golden divine bird. The snake Xianxia's body also split into pieces, silver light flickering about. A silver snake body left behind. Sure Hao collected everything in an unhurried manner, preparing to enjoy good food. The battlefield was dead silent. This was extremely strange. Many people stared at him, especially the foreign younger generation whose eyes were all scarlet red, every one of them surging with killing intent. This is more like it. Are you all experiencing a type of grief? indignation, and helplessness. Shurhao stood up, looking at them. With a cold laugh, he said, "These have always been things you all have placed on us. It has always been like this since ancient times, threatening us to the point where our survival has been difficult. However, today I only killed 7 of your world's young generation, yet you all already cannot take it anymore? Just think about everything you all have done. Look at your 2 blood-soaked hands. After all these endless years, just how many malicious deeds have you done?" Shurhao didn't feel any sympathy for the other side, berating them from the battlefield, looking down on the foreign masses, including the older generation. He was furious, carrying a wave of great anger. "Young man, even though you are quite brave, you still won't achieve anything. Heaven's fate is with me. In the grand scheme of things, regardless of whether it is you or true immortals, everything will be turned to dirt," a middle-aged man coldly said. He didn't feel any anger towards the continuous deaths of the younger generation, still cold and ruthless. His eyes flickered with ice-cold luster like 2 blinding stars in a cold night. "Then there is nothing more to say. I will kill my way through one generation after another, start from the younger generation to you in your middle-aged generation, and then to the true indiscriminate murderers of the older generation. Blood will be repaid through blood, end killing through killing. The so-called grand situation, so what? I am waiting? Heavenly fate? I don't care about that at all. I only need to break through it." Shurhao replied, "You are going to kill me? Even ant-like existences dare to bark noisily. Just a single hand of mine is enough to crush you to death," the middle-aged man said coldly. "What a moron. Can you come over? Just wait until you truly cross over. At that time, I believe a single hand of mine can crush you to death." Shurhao's reply was extremely domineering. It was because according to the 9 heavens 10 earth side speculations, the foreign side's people should have some type of objective, and that was why they didn't hesitate to pay any cost in order to break through Great Scarlet Sky border, opening up a hole. However, they still suffered from the suppression of the realm walls, the obstruction of natural laws. They actually couldn't enter this side deeply, only able to stop at the border. "You dare criticize me?" The middle-aged man's sword eyebrows stood on end, killing intent overflowing into the heavens, sweeping out like a demonic sea, engulfing the heavens above and earth below. "State your name," Shurhao said. "You can't accept it? Remember, my name is Cheetah." "Good. I've remembered it. I am a man of my word. In the future, a single hand of mine will crush you to death," Shurhao directly said. "You?" Cheetah finally couldn't hold back, erupting with rage, taking steps forward, wishing to kill Shurhao. However, his body swayed, movements not that natural. The expressions of those from the 9 heavens 10 earth side all changed. He was suppressed by the force of the realm wall, which meant that he was extremely powerful, suffering from the retaliation of natural laws. The stronger the person, the more clear the effects were. "Do you want to die?" Right at this time, Heavenly Deity Institution's great elder Meng Tianjing spoke up, his voice like thunder, shaking up that middle-aged man. With a cold snort, he turned back. "From here on out, we can just get things done as quickly as possible. There are 3 people left. I'll let all 3 of you come at me together," Shurhao said, looking down on the foreign side. This shattered the current mood. Many people from the foreign side were angered, including a few middle-aged experts. This lowly creature from a world they had previously subdued, the descendant of the defeated, actually dared to show them such contempt. Shurhao was extremely impolite. "I know that you all carry hidden motives. What I want to say is that the plot will be revealed in the end. So just hurry and make your action. What is the point of making your youngsters die in vain one after another? If you really want to send them continuously to death, then just have them come over together. I'll just wipe all of them out." This voice was powerful and forceful, like a great mountain that crushed down. The foreign kings all felt a great pressure, but it also made them furious. "I will be the one to kill you. I'm going to cut you down." At this moment, many people shouted out at the same time, getting up together, about to rush forward. This was more than they could bear. Species that were easily angered were always the most savage and fearless ones. You all are delaying me from eating my 5-layered meat. Good. Then just come. In a bit, I will eat an 8-treasure dish. Complete mending soup, or maybe just have a hot pot of everything. Xianxia roared with laughter. Chi. Right at this time, the immortal tortoise shell moved, releasing a light cry. A shell piece flew out, rushing towards a foreign creature. The shell fragments have always been known to be extremely mysterious. Obtaining it would sometimes affect the fate of a clan, which was why, even though everyone was fond of it, they also felt apprehension, never daring to look down on it. Right now, this shell fragment moved, so all of the kings stopped. Even though the shell fragments were now damaged, they still treated them seriously, not daring to show disdain. On the other side, a foreign creature was selected, its body not all that large, but the appearance was extremely strange, difficult to not draw attention even if it didn't want to. It was like a standing tortoise, only it had a pair of human legs, standing there. Its entire body flowed with golden radiance, especially that tortoise shell that was dazzling golden, extremely brilliant. Above the golden shell were many patterns. They were mysterious, complicated, and exceptionally beautiful, as if it contained a natural law aura. Its arms were like tortoise arms, the golden claws extremely sharp. Meanwhile, its head was the appearance of a young male, but had features similar to that of a dragon tortoise, 9 horns extending out from its long golden hair, piercing towards the sky. Golden armor king race. Everyone was inwardly moved, the foreign cultivators revealing strange expressions. They suddenly felt like now that it appeared, there might actually be some type of battle result. Evil dragon, black tortoise, and another foreign king race's mixed blood descendant. On the 9 heavens 10 earth side, an elder from a long life family said. He couldn't help but frown, revealing its identity. The so-called golden armor race was a mixed blood race that ultimately formed their own race. They were powerful and frightening, their defensive strength world-shocking, difficult to defeat. The foreign creature's understanding of this race was deeper. There were some young kings who even felt restraining fear, holding this clan in reverence. It was rumored that the Anlin family's ancient ancestor held a pike in his right hand, in his left a shield, absolutely unstoppable. Meanwhile, the shield in his left hand, when selecting the materials, previously considered the golden armor race's shell, only it was unknown if he really did choose it in the end. Even that type of unmatched existence had previously shown interest in this race's shell, so one can well imagine how extraordinary it was. I already said that the following 3 people can fight me at the same time, Xianxia said. This wasn't because he was complacent and insolent, but rather because he had a reason for doing so. If he achieved a great victory today, it would bring the people of the 9 heavens 10 earths a powerful boost in confidence. Even if he only gave others an unstable illusion, he still wouldn't hesitate to do this. He wanted to give them a sense that the other side was nothing more than this. It was because he understood the foreign side's power well. They were simply undefeatable, unknown just how dark the future will be. Right now, the people of their side needed a burst of confidence. Kill! The Golden Armor Clan young expert was also straightforward. After it heard this, cold light flashed past its eyes, killing intent fully revealed, immediately taking action. It was a king, had its own pride. There was no way it would fight with others. Despite this being the case, Xianxia obviously wouldn't hold back, a palm slapping outwards. Chi! That Golden Armor Clan expert's claws were sharp, the claws of a dragon tortoise, tearing apart the void. Several streaks of cold radiance flew over, as if comets that smashed apart the cosmos arrived. Dang! The noise was ear-splitting. Xianxia's palm struck the cold radiance. Then, loud sounds rang out unendingly, cold light shooting in all directions. The Golden Armor Race young king continuously attacked, dragon claws tearing apart heaven and earth. Only when Xianxia completely blocked everything, and then even rushed forward to attack, it had no choice but to withdraw back. It was because when its speed slowed slightly, one of its sharp claws hooks was hacked off by Xianxia. Even that clawed arm cracked apart, blood dripping out. The Golden Armor Race expert was horrified. How sturdy were its claws. However, it actually couldn't resist the other party's palm strike. The opponent was just too formidable. Oh! The golden armor race young king roared, its entire body shining, golden radiance brilliant. It released crazy attacks using its ancestral technique, striking at Hao. Hao remained cool-headed. A palm slapped forward, but then his opponent suddenly turned around, using the golden shell behind itself to block it. A dang noise sounded, divine light flourishing. The golden armor race young king used the sturdiest part of its body to block the strike, and then its head swelled, smashing towards Hao. The 9 horns in its long golden hair were extremely sharp, stabbing towards Hao's body. Evil dragon horns, after being passed down to the Golden Shell clan, after the blood was mixed with that of other species, there was no way they would still be true evil dragon horns. However, they were still astonishingly powerful. Hao felt a stinging pain from his palms. Those horns were ridiculously tough. If it was anyone else, their palms would have definitely been ruined, pierced through. Even someone as powerful as him with a sturdy body had several red imprints created, flesh almost punctured. Kill! Hao released a great shout, his aura immediately surging by a large amount. He operated divine force, using the most powerful combat strength, powerfully suppressing this king. Gotcha! He seized that chance, grabbing one of the Golden Armor Clan youth's horns, and then directly snapped it. Blood immediately flowed out from its head. Dang! Hao was domineering, showing no mercy, powerfully attacking. As a result, in that instant, he broke 3 more horns, leaving that golden armor king in complete fear. If it wasn't for these 9 horns, its head would have already been blasted through. The golden armor race young king felt fear, cold light flickering past its eyes. It used the most powerful ancestral technique, for limbs and skull all shrinking into its golden shell. Then, this shell spun around, releasing dazzling symbols, smashing towards Hao. This thing's defensive strength was astonishing, difficult for those of the same level to break through it. It wanted to use this to exhaust the other party's strength, carrying a war of attrition against Hao. Of course, this didn't mean that it gave up on attacking. The golden tortoise shell was covered densely in symbols, releasing streak after streak of blinding radiance that penetrated the skies. There was both offense and defense. Dang, dang, dang. Hao took action, noises sounding continuously. However, the golden tortoise shell was extremely hard, actually remaining undamaged. Even though the chi and blood of the Golden Armor Clan's king inside was surging, the tortoise shell wouldn't break for some time. Ha ha ha. Just a tortoise that hides its head. Is this the so-called king race of the other side? It is just too unsightly. Someone from the 9 heavens 10 earths side roared with laughter, purposely speaking like this, wishing to provoke the Golden Armor Clan king into coming out. It was because they were worried that if things were dragged out, Hao would be wasting his magical force and be put in danger. What do you all understand? This is an innate divine ability that is more focused on defense. If you all have the skill, then just break it. Someone from the foreign side retorted. Kill! A great shout sounded on the battlefield. Hao struck out viciously, using the imperishable scripture. Mysterious symbols wrapped around both of his hands, as if they were the hands of war immortals, powerful and terrifying. Dang! This time, after his palms and fingers landed, that golden tortoise shell shook greatly, fine cracks appearing. It was starting to crack apart. Not good. The Golden Armor King race youngster felt fear. It couldn't hold on any longer. Dang! Afterwards, Hao continuously took action, striking the golden tortoise shell until it shook greatly, produced large numbers of cracks that quickly extended. Finally, Hao released a heavy strike. The tortoise shell suddenly exploded, blood splashing out. The conclusion was already set in stone. The Golden Armor King race's youth was killed by Hao, turning into a monster that was a mixture of an evil dragon and a black tortoise. What great food! This is great mending meat. I am really looking forward to the 8 treasure dish. Hao laughed loudly. As for the other side, many people's expressions fell. This defeat was even more so a humiliation, becoming head-hiding tortoises. It was hiding behind a shell, yet was still broken through and killed. The immortal tortoise shell fragment shown, selecting Hao's ninth opponent. At this time, everyone looked over, not only the other side, this the case for the 9 heavens 10 earths people as well. It was because this was now one of the last 2 opponents. It's him. Many people looked towards that youngster. He was extremely handsome, his figure tall, between his eyes a scale. Apart from this, he wasn't much different from a human. This person was actually one of the young kings who appeared first, previously coming with an elder and a middle-aged individual to face the 9 heavens 10 earth side. That youngster was precisely him. The scale between his brows had previously opened up, releasing a streak of divine light, seeing through the unmatched ancient seeds inside the bodies of a few youngsters from the 9 heavens 10 earths, which triggered more young kings coming over. He had previously came out to represent the other side in battle, proving that his strength was definitely extremely great. Hao's eyes were ice-cold, revealing the most powerful killing intent. It was because he had previously heard this person speak. The language used immortal ancient words, and not the foreign world's language. This mean that this person's ancestor was originally part of the 9 heavens 10 earths. Were all of his clansmen in the other side like Dao's ancestors, or was it like those geniuses who the golden devil bird said changed sides? The only thing I want to know is, was your ancestor one of the geniuses who changed sides? So what if this is true? Now, my clan has already become a top-level king clan, power overturning the present age. This young man said calmly. Just this sentence was already enough. Hao didn't wish to say too much. He released a great roar, his fighting spirit surging to an unprecedented level, scattering all of the clouds between heaven and earth. He was like a demonic sovereign, charging forward murderously. Sure enough, this young man with the scale between his brows was extremely powerful, fighting more than 200 exchanges with Hao, more terrifying than all of the others. This was especially the case when later on, the scale between his brows opened up, firing a terrifying beam of destruction, even making Hao's palm bleed. After the battle reached 300 exchanges, Hao's hair flew about chaotically with anger. He continuously released heavy blows, divine abilities fired streak after streak, breaking through his opponent's defenses, all of them smashing into his body. Pooh! This person first coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His arm was blasted aside, and then his chest was penetrated. Eventually, half of his body exploded. In the end, his head was even more so turned into a bloody mist by a single slap from Hao. There was nothing left. Hao took action in a crazy manner, blasting him into flesh paste, turning him into bloody mist. Towards people like you, I don't even want to eat. Just a pile of shit. This was Hao's evaluation, coldly saying this. There is one last one. Come over and accept death. Hao stared at the other side. He had already killed 9 kings. There was still one more, only the final person left. A cool breeze blew through the great earth. The foreign young kings all became quiet. The young man on the other side was more like a demonic god than they had imagined. Even more frightening, killing 9 great experts, yet not even his brows furrowed during the process. He was terrifyingly strong. Next! Hao shouted. Right at this time, beneath the ruins, footsteps sounded from within the black abyss. Golden light surged, and then it scattered, gradually making this place resplendent. A person walked out, just crossing over from the foreign world. This was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. He wore green robes, his golden hair extremely thick and long, hanging down his back down to his calves. His heroic aura was restrained, skin snow-white like fine jade, face as if sculpted with a blade, having sharp corners. He couldn't be considered exceptionally handsome, but his aura was exceptional. His golden pupils carried cross marks, extremely special. When they flickered, 2 streaks of golden lightning interweaved in the void, lightning appearing, horrifying to the extreme. He Wushuang, from the 9 heavens 10 earth side, the golden little and couldn't help but cry out. It's that person, he actually came. Huang is dead for sure. It was similar to the heavenly horned ant's reaction. Those foreign young kings all cried out, extremely shocked. Then, their expressions became feverish, completely overjoyed. Golden light surged, extending from the darkness. That place was divine and auspicious, pitch black. A tall and slender figure wrapped in light walking over, as if a war god descended in this world. The foreign generation's young kings all revealed zealous expressions, bowing down, showing him great respect. It was as if they were welcoming their king. The scene shocking. One had to know that these young geniuses were all kings of various clans, that they were arrogant. How could they bow down to another? They were all wild and unrestrained, yet now this type of scene actually appeared. Great scarlet sky border ancient city was made from ancient bones, but it was now in ruins. Below it was a giant black abyss. This area was absolutely dark, one unable to see their 5 fingers if they even extended their hand before them. The foreign creatures stood there, difficult to see their true bodies, every one of them faint and indistinct. Long golden hair scattered down to his knees as we walked over, a sphere of resplendent sacred light shining from him, erupting in the darkness, appearing extremely different from the masses. It was like an oasis had appeared in the desert, as if a tree of life emerged from a battlefield of endless bones, carrying a fresh, auspicious feeling. He was entirely different from the people not long ago. Great One, please take action. Kill the descendant of the defeated. Since Great One came, then there is no more suspense. Killing Huang won't be an issue. These were the sincere thoughts of the young foreign kings. They truly believed that as long as this golden-haired male took action, he could kill Sure Hao, that there would definitely be no exception when he displayed his glorious might. Everyone felt reverence towards him, not envious, nor did they try to compete against him. It was because they knew that there were some existences who, no matter how hard you tried to catch up to, you still won't be their opponent. The difference would only grow greater and greater. I am going to kill you. The one named surnamed he. Hand over your life. From the 9 heavens 10 earths side, a golden little ant went crazy, entire body erupting with resplendent divine light that blazed fiercely. Even though he was small, right now, his battle intent was heaven overflowing, divine multicolored light surging, making the entire world tremble. It was because he was going berserk, his clan's unique divine ability. Once he entered this type of state, his strength would definitely increase greatly, to the extent where it would even become many times greater. However, the consequences were that his will would become blurry, and after the battle he would become completely drained, body injured greatly due to an overexhaustion of his life potential. There were many people from the 9 heavens 10 earths side who were confused, not understanding why the heavenly horned ant would suddenly go crazy, as if it was provoked, eyes even looking like they were going to split apart. It knows who that person is, and even called out his name, someone said quietly. Only Sure Hao knew that after its siblings were killed in battle, they were even directly fed to the other party's mount. Not even their corpses remaining, their ends tragic. Pong! Sure Hao grabbed him, stopping the heavenly horned ant from going. He understood how the little ant was feeling. How could he feel calm after seeing the enemy who killed his brothers and sisters? All those with courage would feel their minds surge with emotions. Let me go. If I exist, he cannot. If he is alive, then I cannot be. I finally met this bastard. I am going to kill him. Ah. The little heavenly horned strength became especially great after going berserk. Wake up. That isn't him. Sure Hao used Dao sound, shouting by his ears, shaking up his soul. This was extremely effective. The little ant who went berserk was completely absent-minded, and then his eyes became a bit clearer. Sure Hao pointed at the space between its brows, finally calming down. You recognize me? In the darkness, a male walked out from the ruins' underground abyss. A golden path appeared beneath his feet, divine and sacred, auspicious energy surging. This was extraordinary, not quite the same as the other foreign young cultivators. He was just like an emperor, a monarch who ruled over the world, making all of the strong yield, all of them avoiding his brilliance. Cold winds swept past, releasing woo-woo noises. The dusky great scarlet sky border became even more vacant. There were great Tao rumbling sounds, sounds of stars swirling by the edge of the primal chaos, majestic and desolate. Golden hair was blown up by wind, revealing his covered snow-white cheeks. He looked like he was sculpted from jade, style and temperament exceptional. He looked similar to He Wushuang, but they were definitely not the same person. If one looked carefully, what was most similar between the two should be that type of distinct style. Their bodies were both tall and long, skin as if sculpted from jade, hair golden. However, there were still some differences between their appearances. He looks similar but isn't the same person. Where is He Wushuang? Who are you to him? The golden little ant shouted. He is my paternal grandfather, that golden male said calmly. Even though he was berated by the heavenly horned ant, shouting out his grandfather's name, he didn't get mad, instead carrying a gentle smile. They really were similar, just like when they saw He Wushuang in the past. He had a special type of temperament, extraordinary and sacred, towering far above the mortal world like a solitary immortal. All things of the secular world seemed to contaminate his holiness. It was as if a world of its own formed around him, the human world too far from him. Audacious! How can Ancestor Wushuang be someone you can just call out? Daring to blaspheme the dignity of the undying. There is only execution waiting for you, someone shouted out. That golden male didn't say anything, yet the others couldn't sit still. Not only the young kings, even a few middle-aged creatures revealed killing intent. That forbidden name is not something that can be casually spoken. Speaking like this, are you seeking the path to your own doom? A silver-haired young lady shouted. On the 9 heavens 10 earth side, everyone's minds jumped. Forbidden, what level of existence was that? It should be the greatest level of creature, right? Sure Hao was also stunned. He had previously encountered He Wushuang, feeling like it was quite unreal. For him, only a few days had passed, yet a great era already separated them. Right, a great era passed. That person was so frightening, no matter what, he definitely would have become an undying being. There wasn't much that could stop his footsteps. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but sigh. The golden little ant even more so glared out, full of unwillingness. Regardless of whether he wanted to accept it or not, the one who killed his older brothers and sisters had already become an unmatched existence. What forbidden existence? I am going to kill him sooner or later, the heavenly horned ant vowed. Hold your tongue. Even someone like you dares to insult an undying existence? Moreover, now that Great One has stepped into the forbidden ranks, just saying his true name would incur punishment, obliterate your soul. Someone shouted. Everyone was shocked. Sure Hao and the little ant were even more stunned. He Wushuang became that level of creature. Could it be that he was going to catch up to the Anlin clan's ancient ancestor? I don't believe it. He Wushuang. Get over here. The heavenly horned ant shouted loudly. When one time failed, he shouted it again and again, his voice rumbling out. Right now, many people on the other side were furious, feeling like directly calling that unmatched existence's name was a type of blasphemy that couldn't be forgiven. Woo! The ancestor has sensed something. His weapon's soul is reviving. Right at this time, that golden-haired male spoke, still calm, not getting angry. Chi! Between heaven and earth, a great halberd appeared, as if it could kill all creatures. The snow-white halberd blade illuminating eternity, able to suppress the great cosmos. It was too astonishing, swirling with chaotic energy. It appeared too suddenly, out of thin air, suppressing this place, simply about to destroy the sun, moon, and universe. This great halberd was too frightening, hacking through the heavenly dome. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. There were many people from the foreign side who kowtowed. On the 9 heavens 10 earth side, everyone trembled. This was definitely a paramount existence. Is he about to catch up to Anlin clan's ancient ancestor? At this moment, Sure Hao trembled inwardly. The power of time could not be defied. Now that endless time passed, He Wushuang already grew to an unimaginable level. He knew that this was actually extremely normal. It would be weird if He Wushuang couldn't achieve this level. That day, him and He Wushuang ended in mutual destruction, ending with a draw. Now that he was given a great era of time, how could he not rise up? He was but someone who dazzled the past and present. However, one could see that He Wushuang was still a bit lacking when compared to Anlin clan's ancient ancestor. When just the surname Anlin was spoken, a golden pike would tear through heaven and earth, truly frightening to the soul. Fortunately, they were in this side of the world. If they were in the foreign side, just saying it out loud might incur Anlin ancient ancestors' ruthless slaughter. He Wushuang was extremely strong, indeed having the talent to dominate the world, intimidate past and present. However, perhaps due to his cultivation time being less than that ancient ancestors, perhaps due to other reasons, he was still a bit lacking. It was because only when his true name was said 3 times did his weapon appear, displaying its might. The long-life families were all extremely mysterious, knowing that there was a heaven-warping genius who emerged during immortal ancient years, previously slaughtering the young supreme beings with 3 strands of immortal energy on this side. Now, they found out he actually grew to this step. For the 9 heavens 10 earth side, this was definitely not good news, but rather terrible to the extreme. He Wushuang had already become a great disaster. Great One, please take action. Kill that petty and low slave, a silver-haired woman said, walking up and speaking respectfully. This type of greeting, this type of contempt, was all because the golden-haired male's appearance. The young kings here all felt that this was extremely normal, that now that he was here, all enemies would be defeated. There is no rush. The golden-haired male looked at Sure Hao, carrying a gentle smile on his face. He was extremely calm, unhurried and composed. He then looked at the other side of the battlefield, saying, I came here to announce an extremely important matter. What matter? Many people were shocked. The He family's elite disciple came here just to declare a piece of information? In the back, the few ancient existences all remained calm, like living fossils as they stood there, unmoving. It was clear that they knew what was going on, long aware of what was going to happen. We still have to wait, He Ziming said. He turned around, saying this to that pitch-black abyss. There was definitely something major. Everyone knew that there was still a period of time, but the war should break out soon. On the 9 heavens 10 earth side, many people became nervous. Just what exactly was going on? It should be unfavorable for their side. Everyone's minds sunk, fearing that this might have incurred some type of disaster. Great One, seize the advantage to kill him. The silver-haired woman spoke up again, asking He Ziming to take action. I do not mind doing it myself, but it seems like I came a step late. He Ziming hesitated a bit, as if he felt a bit of regret. However, if my side is defeated in these 10 battles, it really would be quite regretful. Why? Why can't you take action? The silver-haired woman asked. Because the battles of gambling have already begun. The immortal tortoise shell fragments can only choose those who are present, so I cannot enter the battlefield. However, if he wins those 10 great battles, becoming the one who stands on the battlefield in the end, then I will take action. These were He Ziming's words. Everyone was stunned. They forgot this issue. Previously, there seemed to be this kind of restriction. The ones who were selected could only come from these creatures at the very front. What do you all think? At this moment, on the 9 heavens 10 earth side, Heavenly Deity Institution's Great Elder Meng Tianzheng was currently discussing with some long-life families. There are some variables. The situation doesn't seem too favorable. Someone said, the reason why Great Scarlet Sky border was broken through, the ancient city made of immortal bones blasted through, was all because of the immortal smelting pot. That pot known to have been forged specially for refining true immortals to death was just too frightening. Sure Hao had previously told Great Elder how that thing had previously been held by He Wushuang, appearing near Imperishable Peak, collecting the essence blood of the most powerful experts. Now this pot reappeared on Great Scarlet Sky's borders. It should have something to do with the He family, likely He Wushuang who personally operated it. Now He Wushuang's own descendant came, saying that he was here to declare a piece of news, further proving that this clan was involved, likely one of the main people involved. What are you, he little schwang? Or what else? Get over here, acting all calm over there, looking like all that. Do you really think that you are an exceptional expert just because you are copying your grandfather? Crawl over here. This king is going to kill you. The golden little ant shattered the silence, crying out loudly, wishing to challenge Xianxia. On the other side, a few young kings looked over. Even though they attached great importance to the heavenly horned ant, right now, they still felt like it was seeking the path to its own doom. Little ant, your clan's blood is the most precious, known to be a great mending medicine. Don't bother looking for great one, you should just fight against me. On the other side, there were creatures who harbored bad intentions, bullying it when it still hadn't matured yet, wishing to kill it. Killing it is too much of a pity, it should be captured alive and raised at our side. That way we can enjoy its extreme strength blood for a long time. A creature roared with laughter. How took steps out, walking forward, saying, "You all truly are unbridled. 9 of you all already died. Where's the 10th? Just this sentence alone shut the other side up, no one replying. With the bloody reality before them, no one could contend against Huang. Xianxia arrived, yet he couldn't participate in this competition, unable to take action yet, unable to kill that young man named Huang. After the immortal tortoise shell fell into the foreign side, its inherent qualities had already disappeared. It still hasn't brought over the 10th head after all this time, Xianxia said. These words were extremely overbearing, full of disdain towards the foreign young kings, directly assuming that the 10th person was going to inevitably die, that they were just sending over a head. This damned immortal tortoise shell fragment, it belonged to my world before. Could it be that it truly became dyed with a demonic nature, now fully partial to the other side? Some people said quietly. The golden little ant was still unwilling to accept this, still shouting out, wishing to fight against Xianxia. If I truly fight against you, then it would be bullying too much. You still haven't grown up. I can remove your head in just a few moves. Xianxia said extremely calmly. This type of tone, this type of cool and collected appearance, if it was placed on someone else, then it would be a type of egomania, too arrogant, but when he said it, it seemed quite normal. The heavenly horned ant was furious. All because of his age, he was looked down on again and again, so much so that he couldn't get revenge yet. However, he knew himself that he hadn't matured yet. His blood energy strength still not matchless, indeed not the other side's opponent. However, there was a wave of resentment within him. When he saw the descendant of the opponent who killed his brothers and sisters, if he didn't take action, then he really would feel too stifled, his heart feeling as if it would explode into flames. If I take action, isn't it the same? Xianxia consoled him. Chi. Right at this time, the immortal tortoise shell fragments shone, becoming incomparably brilliant. Strand after strand of chaotic energy flew out, a tortoise shell piece flying out, landing before a silver-haired woman on the other side. She was extremely beautiful, her hair shiny and glossy, falling like a waterfall. Her pupils were silver-colored as well, possessing a special type of temperament, as if a beautiful fairy landed in the mortal world. Among the creatures of the other side, she was definitely an exceptional beauty. None of the others could compare to her. In reality, even in the foreign side, she was an extremely well-known young lady, her beauty ranked within the top 10. One of the 10 great beauties. Those on the other side said quietly, eyes revealing brilliance. Beauty, regardless of where it was, would always draw eyes, difficult for them to not be the focal point of attention even if they didn't want to be, let alone that this was someone ranked the 10th beauty in a generation. However, right now, this silver-haired woman's expression wasn't that good. She knew that if she fought against Huang, it would definitely be hard for her to win. Even though her cultivation level was also extremely high, it definitely wasn't as highly ranked as her appearance. However, at this moment, there was no one now who could replace her. She had to enter the battlefield. It was because the immortal tortoise shell fragment was extremely strange, able to affect the fate of a clan. If she went against it right now, or if she withdrew in the middle, it might produce significant changes. One had to understand that in the great gambling battle of the immortal ancient great era, it was carried out precisely in this type of manner. The effects were too great, many secrets circling about. Normal people all felt great restraining fear towards these immortal tortoise-shell fragments. I know about you, you are the one called Yin, right? The one who came from the grand ancient mountains Silver King clan. Sure said indifferently, eyes revealing divine radiance, staring at her extremely beautiful face. It was because Yin had previously came out, killing a young genius from Sacred Academy. The previous young kings who had taken action had all been killed by Sure, for example, the snake Wuxia, golden devil bird, and others. Now she was the only one left. In reality, there was no need for the immortal tortoise shell fragment to choose you. The last person was naturally you. You should have came a long time ago. Taking your time like this, could it be that you are scared of death? Sure ruthlessly pointed out. Even if the other party's appearance was like a goddess, he was still indifferent. He wouldn't forget the scene of this woman ruthlessly killing Sacred Academy's disciple. Blood splashed out, yet she was smiling, extremely bewitching and ruthless, moreover even giving out her name, stating that she came from Grand Ancient Mountain's Silver King clan, that they could feel free to seek her out for revenge. At that time, just how arrogant was this woman, even more so how cold? Only now, when she saw Huang's power, did she reveal fear, not willing to come out for a long time. Just now, you've constantly asked that one surnamed he to take action, have him deal with me, it is because you are feeling fear, right? Sure was not polite, prodding at her inner sore spot. Not long ago, this silver-haired woman spoke out again and again, asking He Ziming to enter the battlefield. Her words even more so carrying contempt, saying that when He Ziming took action, he could easily kill that servant. The one she was humiliating was naturally Huang. You, shut up, Yin shouted, her pretty face becoming cold, snow-white skin taut. She was like a female leopard, carrying coldness and hatred as she stared at Sure. 10 battles, 10 victories. 10 complete the great mending soup, Sure said. He raised his head, looking at the silver-haired woman, long treating her like a dead person. I do not like this type of stance, it is too arrogant. No one can claim themselves to be unstoppable. Are you sure that you can definitely win? Right at this moment, He Ziming said, his expression still calm, but his tone became more or less more serious. I will naturally win this battle. Who do you think you are? So what if you don't like it? Sure was extremely direct, not giving the other side any face. Yin, come. I have something to gift you. He Ziming called over that silver-haired woman. Yin, who came from Grand Ancient Mountain's Silver King clan, became overjoyed when she heard this, her exceptional appearance blossoming into a smile. This place immediately became brilliant. She broke into a small run, arriving at He Ziming's side. She knew that the other party definitely had heaven-reaching methods that could help her. He Ziming was extremely serious, producing a small white jade container, and then opened it. The inside immediately erupted with sky overflowing divine light that tore through the heavenly dome. The fluctuations that were revealed were too strong, immediately making the surrounding people fall weak onto the ground, all of them kneeling. He quickly produced a drop of liquid, quickly sealing up this bottle. Then, he placed that tiny drop of liquid into another bottle, adding other types of medicinal liquid, and only then did the pressure disappear. Ancient ancestors' true blood. Someone cried out in alarm, knowing what this was only a type of special medicinal liquid, could seal the ancient ancestors' true blood's frightening fluctuations. Otherwise, heaven and earth would collapse. The power couldn't be contended against. He Ziming was extremely serious, producing a special writing brush, then dipped it into the divine liquid mixed with medicinal liquid, writing the word, kill, on the woman's palm. Everyone's expressions changed. This was a serious matter. The instant the kill character formed, a wave of extremely terrifying aura pervaded outwards. He Wushuang's, less than half a drop has been produced. The character kill has been written, doing this to kill Sure. In the back, there were elders from long-life families who spoke their thoughts. Many thanks to Great One. The silver-haired woman was overjoyed, feeling as if she was holding an insurmountable martial Dao monument in her palm, able to kill anything. Ziming withdrew that bottle and pen. With a smile, he said, "You are but one of my world's 10 great beauties. No one wishes to see jade perish, sweet fragrance fade." Yinling's jade-like appearance flourished with multicolored light, expressing her gratitude once more. Then, she was full of confidence, walking towards the battlefield. "Do you think that half a drop of blood, a kill character, can reverse the universe?" Sure Hao watched everything calmly, not stopping this just now. "I only wish to tell you that there is no one who can always win and never lose. I am extremely dissatisfied with your attitude," Ziming said with a smile. "Then let me tell you, this type of blood, I will seize it, collect it to feed to pigs." Sure Hao was extremely direct. "Kill!" the silver-haired woman shouted, her exceptional appearance filled with coldness. "I am going to let you understand that my side cannot be humiliated. The ancient ancestors' dignity cannot be blasphemed against. I will kill you right here, barking like a dog today. I will make all plans of your side amount to nothing." Sure Hao took action, not wasting any more time. Grand Ancient Mountain's Silver King races. Yinling's head of silver hair flew about, clothes also moving with the wind. She rushed at him from the air, taking the initiative to attack. On this dusky ancient battlefield, she looked aloof and pure, possessing a distinct aura, as if she was ascending to immortality. Her beauty was moving, style exceptional. Only, if one looked carefully, the expression in her eyes was definitely not calm, carrying killing intent. Her silver pupils were dazzling, extremely moving. When she raised her hand, she already displayed several types of ancestral methods. For the sake of killing Sure Hao, she went all out, definitely wouldn't hold back in the slightest. Shwa! Heaven and earth became silvery white, dazzling to the extreme, silver liquid flowing about. The great earth melted, void also collapsing. This was Silver Clan's ability, able to turn everything into silver and use it for themselves. They could use this to trap and kill opponents, wipe out all enemies. Sure Hao naturally wouldn't let her have her way, immediately making his move. Just like the other side, he took the initiative to attack, Long sending out a fist forward. Pong! Silver light exploded, as if mercury poured down, filling the sky. There was a vast expanse of whiteness everywhere, a large amount of silver liquid penetrating the sky, moreover corroding the surrounding terrain. "Kill!" The silver-haired beauty didn't feel fear, instead releasing a short shout. She shouted out the word "kill," and then opened her palm. Divine light hacked apart the heavens in that area, penetrating the clouds and blasting through the sun. That type of light was too dazzling, shining in Sure Hao's direction. It was precisely the kill word Ziming wrote in her palm. The brilliance dazzling, blasting through heaven and earth. This was the ancient ancestor's true blood, where his essence was condensed. It could kill all things, and now it was condensed through a special type of medicinal liquid in Yinling's hands, not harming her and instead allowing her to kill her opponent. Sure Hao was like a ghost, his movements swift, not charging forward violently. After all, that was the true blood of an ancient ancestor. He evaded that attack, moving like a streak of lightning. However, he didn't stop attacking, rushing from the side, displaying the Lightning Emperor's precious technique, stirring on thousands of streaks of lightning, blasting everything before him scorched black and rotten. Kacha! Lightning interweaved, silvery and golden multicolored light interweaving like a waterfall, crashing down. The surrounding stone mountains all exploded, exploding to pieces here. The silver-haired woman's reaction was extremely fast, not daring to face him head-on, dodging and evading, scared of being hit by the lightning. The power of lightning was astonishing, destroying all sides. The great earth was completely scorched black, a giant crater appearing in the mountain region. All matter was blasted to pieces by the lightning radiance. There were even several thousand zhang long streaks of electricity rushing into the skies. Pong! The woman's sleeve exploded, burned to ashes after just being brushed by a streak of electricity, exposing her snow-white sparkling jade arm. Her expression immediately changed. She didn't dare act carelessly anymore. Even if she had the true blood of the ancient ancestor, she still wouldn't necessarily be able to win easily. She immediately opened her palm, continuously attacking, using that kill word to deal with Sure Hao. She knew that the ancient ancestor's true blood could only be used once. The essence of the blood would flow out. There was no way it would flourish forever. Only she had no choice. Once she allowed Sure Hao to close the distance, she would undoubtedly die. 9 powerful experts were all killed, while she herself wouldn't be stronger than those people. In her opinion, Huang was a great demon king, one who was even more terrifying than the foreign kings. Hong! The void exploded. That kill word released brilliant radiance, simply nothing able to stop it, tearing apart everything. No distance it couldn't reach. One could see that even the giant mountains in the distance in this battlefield collapsed, not much able to stop its power. The silver-haired woman completely went for broke, wishing to kill Sure Hao as soon as possible, not wishing to waste any more time to prevent unforeseen things from happening. Everyone couldn't help but feel shocked, feeling great fear inside. That was only half a drop of the ancient ancestor's true blood, yet it already possessed such great destructive power. It was too frightening, making mountains collapse, seas dry, simply impossible to face head-on. When the light the ancient ancestor's true blood released was already like this, what would happen if this drop of true blood actually directly landed on one's body? Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air, thinking about this terrifying scene. Without a doubt, half a drop of ancient ancestor true blood was already enough to quickly obliterate a void Dao realm genius, able to end all of his Dao, destroy his vitality. Huang, are you scared now? Why are you dodging? If you are a courageous hero, then fight me. Don't make me look down on you. Ling shouted. She was starting to become nervous, fearing that when this half-drop of blood was used up, she still wouldn't have hit the other side. It was because Sure Hao's speed was too fast, supporting lightning as he moved, attacking while moving around her. Just a bit of carelessness would place her in a dangerous situation. On the 9 heavens 10 earth side, many people revealed unkind expressions. This woman really was a bit shameless, even after she obtained half a drop of ancestral true blood. Not relying on her own true strength, she still had the nerve to tell others to fight her head-on? Huang, you are so chicken-hearted. Do you dare fight or not? The silver-haired woman continued to speak domineeringly, mocking the other side again and again. Noisy! Sure Hao released a cold snort. He was watching, studying the power of the ancestral true blood in the hands of a young foreign creature, because he would definitely come into contact with it again in the future. Now was a good time to learn more about it. He couldn't help but sigh. This so-called true blood was too frightening. If he Wushuang who had this blood came, just how astonishing would it be? One could imagine that with he Wushuang's unmatched presence, perhaps just by standing there, just a few dozen drops of true blood flicked out would be enough to kill everyone. That type of scene made everyone shiver all over, feel deep apprehension. Ling, I will pass on to you an incantation that will allow you to kill him. Right at this time, he zimming outside the battlefield spoke up. Golden long hair scattered down to his knees, multicolored light flowing about the surface of his body, his face carrying a gentle smile, looking extremely brilliant. He silently chanted an incantation, passing it to the silver-haired woman. Many thanks to Great One. Ling was overjoyed. What kind of secret method was the He family's incantation? His power was definitely exceptional. Moreover, she quickly realized that this incantation perfectly matched the half-drop of true blood in her palm, allowing her to utilize the power of the true blood to the greatest degree. Following a chant, a wave of mysterious fluctuation rippled out. Then, her palm released a dazzling light, burning like a flame. That kill character flew out, illuminating the heavens, rushing murderously at Sure Hao. This time, no matter how Sure Hao tried to evade, it continued to follow and attack him, not giving him the chance to run. Huang, hand over your life, the silver-haired woman shouted, her face carrying a pleased cold smile. She finally saw hope of victory. Everyone's expressions changed, because her palm was shining, forming a kill character that pursued Sure Hao. The void collapsed, sure how about to be suppressed and killed. The speed of that kill character was too fast, chasing after sure how who was supported by lightning, already rushing forward. Haha, he clan Great One's methods are formidable after all, not taking action himself, yet able to kill Huang with just someone else in his place, killing this so-called genius. On the other side, the young kings laughed loudly, praising He Ziming's methods, not stingy with their words at all. The silver-haired woman was even more pleasantly surprised, because she seized the initiative, no longer defending against Sure Hao. She chanted an incantation, having that half-drop of true blood attack the enemy on its own. Huang, where do you think you are going? I am going to destroy you today. Ling shouted out. Her beautiful body moved through the air. Just a pretty face. Yet you dare boast shamelessly? Sure Hao said coldly. He observed the ancient ancestral true blood, now roughly understanding just how powerful it was. You dare humiliate me? The silver-haired woman was so angry her charming face became entirely red, feeling shame and anger. She carried fury as she took action, aiming her palm at Sure Hao, mouth releasing a thunderous incantation, supporting that half-drop of resplendent true blood to kill this enemy. This time, when that kill word arrived before Sure Hao, he no longer held back. With a chong sound, a sword core flew out, directly brandishing outwards. The everlasting immortal sword could be weak if it wanted, but it could become strong if it wished as well, incomparably mysterious. It had previously faced off against the immortal smelting pot on Imperishable Peak. That was why Sure Hao never felt any worry. Even if the other party came with an unmatched ancestral artifact, he still had confidence in dealing with it, let alone if it was just half a drop of ancestral blood. Oh! A light noise sounded. That resplendent kill character was directly cleaved through by the everlasting immortal sword core, and then it scattered into the void. What is that? The silver-haired woman was alarmed, quickly backing up. However, it was too late. After Sure Hao erupted with killing intent, he definitely wouldn't give the enemy any chance. With the sword core in hand, he hacked apart the sky, slicing this place apart. Ah! The silver-haired woman screamed miserably. She saw an expanse of cold light flash past, and then her wrist was in incredible pain. When she looked at it, her palm was already gone, cut off. No! Ling was scared, feeling inwardly flustered, quickly backing up. The glorious sword radiance vanished. The cold sword energy that filled heaven and earth completely disappeared, this place becoming peaceful again. It was because Sure Hao had already retracted the sword. He looked at her, saying, "Now that you lost the half-drop of true blood, do you have any other methods left? Don't come over." Ling's face changed. The arrogance and coldness from before was nowhere to be seen. Right now, she was panicking. "I'll send you on your way." Sure Hao's finger was like a sword, pressing forward, and then taking action. Sword light erupted from his fingertip. With a light pu sound, it blasted through the silver-haired woman's layers of body, protecting divine light, tearing through her defenses. "Great One, save me!" Ling screamed, rushing towards He Ziming. He Ziming frowned, already raising his hand. However, when he gave the immortal tortoise shell fragment a look, he felt a bit of restraining fear, not daring to interfere with this battle. It was because there were too many sinister legends related to this armor. Pooh! Sure Hao removed Ling's head, and his finger pierced through the space between her brows, blasting through her primordial spirit, killing her on the spot. In reality, ever since that palm was removed, losing that half-drop of true blood, the silver-haired woman already panicked, this battle already losing meaning. The conclusion had already been set. The foreign side all witnessed this battle, now extremely quiet. 10 great experts were all killed, not a single one of them living. Moreover, they were all killed by a single person. This type of accomplishments made one have nothing to say. This was the embodiment of true strength. That young king on the other side was like a great demon king who overlooked them. Quite a few people felt a type of defeated feeling. Just how long has it been since the foreign side suffered this type of defeat? This was like a loud and clear slap to their faces. Ziming concentrated his attention on Sure How, the cross traces appearing in his pupils. What? After gifting out the half-drop of true blood, don't tell me you wish to gift me an entire bottle of ancestral blood? If that is the case, I won't act too politely. After speaking, Sure How produced a small white jade cauldron, collecting that severed hand on the ground and sealing it up. Saving this to feed pigs. The foreign youngsters by the dark ruins were all shocked and angry, demonic patterns appearing on some of their foreheads, eyes cold as they stared at Sure How. Feeding it to pigs? That was but half a drop of ancestor He Wushuang's true blood. That person really dared to say anything, immediately making this place erupt with killing intent. On the battlefield, that youngster was definitely humiliating the foreign side. A great figure like He Wushuang was someone that was hard even for their own ancestors to meet, someone they had to treat with great respect. Who dared to speak blaspheme against him? Many people looked towards He Ziming, waiting for him to attack. You are forcing me to take action. He Ziming's voice was calm. He put away his gentle smile, right now without joy or worry, calm and emotionless. Do you think you are anything special? Think that you are some generation-dominating supreme being? If you are willing to gift me your ancestors' true blood to raise pigs, then I really am grateful. Sure How said. By angering me like this, you won't have a good conclusion. He Ziming walked forward with large steps. Golden light instantly erupted. His head of long hair like a streak of golden stellar river. It danced about, making this heaven and earth resonate and tremble. In that instant, heaven and earth rumbled with noise. Great scarlet sky border was near the zone of primal chaos, with small stars moving about. He Ziming's power was terrifying, shocking the younger generation. They all took a deep breath, finally understanding the difference between them, that they weren't comparable at all. Worthy of being someone from the He family. One can just imagine how terrifying the Anlin, Shuchuo, and other clans are, high up above. The geniuses that come from these ancient lands are all living martial Tao monuments. Someone said with a light sigh, feeling a sense of powerlessness. Sure How laughed coldly and said, Is that so? I really am looking forward to it. How do you compare to He Wushuang when he was young? He Wushuang was too strong back then, in charge of killing the young supreme beings in Immortal Ancient's final days. He rode on a mount alone, defeating all in his path, his hands soaked in blood. On the other side, he was a legend, an expert who was known to be unmatched, having unmatched under the sky fame in that generation. The glory of the ancestor is something we admire greatly, but later generations might not necessarily be inferior to the previous generations. You'll know once you give it a try. He Ziming's words became cold. He family's ancient ancestor was a forbidden existence, a miracle that wouldn't tolerate the skepticism and blaspheme of others. All those who disobeyed this killed without exception. The glory of the family had to be protected. Come, I've wanted to subdue a mount this entire time. Your original form should be a golden divine crane, right? It is quite suited to my tastes. Sure How said, not being polite at all. It was because from the moment the other side gave the silver-haired woman half a drop of true blood, they were already standing against each other. There was no point in speaking politely. He directly spoke his thoughts, exactly what he was thinking. After fighting against He Wushuang at that time, he knew that the other party was a terrifyingly great golden crane. Of course, this type of crane was definitely different from other crane species. The other side immediately erupted into noise. The foreign creatures stirred restlessly. There was actually someone who wanted to take on the He family's people as a mount. This was just too insolent. Hong! Heaven fell and earth split. Ghosts cried and deities howled. He Ziming took action, a fist smashing out. Divine light overflowed, shaking up the whole world. The ancient battlefield collapsing. It was just too powerful, a good chunk stronger than the 10 great experts who fought just now. He possessed a type of exceptional style. Even though his face was indifferent, that type of arrogance, that type of self-confidence was impossible to hide. Just a single fist already revealed matchless great strength. This made the hearts of the people from the 9 heavens 10 earths pound. Their expressions become serious. This was someone from He family. There was still Anlin, Shuchuo, and other ancient families that hadn't made an appearance yet. Only heaven knew just how frightening those creatures would be. Dong. Sure Hao took action, condensing a fist imprint, releasing dazzling light. His right fist looked like it was burning, erupting with blazing divine flames, collapsing heaven and earth. They directly clashed head-on, the two attacking from the distance. The space between them became incomparably dazzling, just the brilliance alone drowning out this place, nothing visible any longer. Was this still a confrontation between the younger generation? The older individuals in the back were all moved, because the two were not only using divine abilities, but even more so exhibiting their great Tao. They had long cultivated their respective unmatched Tao, having their own paths, these paths now clashing. Following an intense explosion, the heavenly dome seemed to have been ignited, multicolored light engulfing all directions. The ground was covered in holes, great peaks turned into fine powder, as if Judgment Day descended. When the light disappeared, the world was in complete ruin. There were black holes everywhere in the heavens above, great cracks extending out, not closing even now. Meanwhile, on the ground, magma surged, the battlefield caving in, deformed beyond recognition. The two powerful young experts each stood on their respective side, staring at each other from the distance. Neither of them were injured. Almost ruined my 10 complete mending soup, Sure Hao said. He raised a snow-white giant beast that was entirely shining, as if cast from silver. This was what Ling turned into. I am going to kill you today, He Ziming shouted. He walked through the void, pressing forward. Even if it was your ancestor He Wushuang when he was young, he still wouldn't have the qualifications to speak to me like this. Sure Hao's eyes were clear. His entire body surged with strength, preparing to start a true great battle. Qi. He Ziming's right hand shone, covered densely in many mysterious symbols, looking sparkling and brilliant, but it was terrifying and intimidating, making many people tremble inwardly. This was especially the case with the other side. Quite a few people's eyes erupted with light, carefully watching, not willing to miss a single detail. Imperishable scripture, Sure Hao said to himself. He knew what kind of scripture the other side was operating. As expected, He Wushuang brought back half of the flawed scripture, cultivating it. Even his descendants studied it. One could see just how important the scripture was. Sure Hao previously used it as well, but he didn't fully reveal it, hiding the symbols within his flesh, not letting others see it. He clan's body technique is unmatched, their clansman's flesh reaching a holy level when they are still young, related to a type of scripture. He Ziming has now displayed it. Someone said quietly, I am going to let you understand how tall heaven is, how deep earth is. He clan's people cannot be ridiculed. He Ziming spoke coldly, raising that hand. The imperishable scripture was extremely frightening, able to make one's flesh unbreaking, sturdy and imperishable, exist forever with the world. He Ziming prepared to use the most powerful body technique to kill the young man before him. Sure Hao didn't mind because he also grasped the scripture, to the extent where it was even more complete. Hong! Suddenly, right at this time, a great shaking was transmitted from below the pitch-black abyss. There were many armored horses that rushed out, accompanied by bugle horn sounds. An important barrier of the desolate border has already been broken through, so we can now withdraw from Great Scarlet Sky to kill the enemy. It is not time to truly cross over, someone shouted, shaking up Great Scarlet Sky border. This was like thunder from a clear sky, making everyone from the 9 heavens 10 earths reveal looks of shock, their faces quickly turning pale. Heh, ha ha. He Ziming lowered his palm, roaring loudly towards the sky. We succeeded. This is the news I wanted to announce. Seniors, we can now go and kill the enemy. By the black abyss, ancient figures moved one after another, retreating into the abyss. Where was the desolate border? The edge of the 3,000 Dao provinces. According to normal reasoning, that was the most important pass to enter the 9 heavens 10 earths. Great Scarlet Sky Border's emergency was just the other side pretending to attack, because even if they broke through this place, they would still be stopped by the realm wall, unable to really enter deeply. However, the 3,000 Dao provinces were different. Battles had been carried out from the ancient past to the present, already merging with the foreign side, about to fuse together. Once that place was broken through, the troops of the other shore could invade and take up long-term residence. If not for a few special reason, with many forbidden-level existences placed there, the desolate border would have long been flattened. The foreign army would have long slaughtered their way in. Did they draw us here on purpose to prevent us from helping the desolate border, on the 9 heavens 10 earths side? Someone said with a trembling voice, feeling deeply distressed. This heaven and earth was most likely no longer going to be safe. The ancient monsters of long-life families all revealed serious expressions. All of them solemn, becoming silent, not saying anything. 10 Realms diagram and Immortal King Corpse wrapping cloth are both here. We cannot immediately support the desolate border. Things really aren't looking that great. Great Elder released a sigh. His eyes revealed divine radiance. However, what kind of place is the desolate border? This is something you all should understand clearly. They shouldn't have broken through yet, so we will immediately provide reinforcements. Go! We are leaving immediately. Everyone spoke in agreement, incredibly anxious. However, a few elders from Immortal Academy, Sacred Academy, and long-life families didn't panic, still rather collected. One of them said quietly, "This matter is a bit strange." Correct. This type of threat isn't that bright and honorable. Another nodded. Truly is creating a diversion. However, the true objective is still this place. Someone said quietly. The group of elders' eyes shone one after another, realizing something. They looked towards Great Scarlet Sky's chaotic region. Great Elder Meng Jingtan directly transmitted sound, saying, "We have all guessed what is going on, but we still have no choice. We have to bring the 10 Realms diagram to the 3,000 Dao provinces' desolate border, or else there might easily be problems. We will leave the Immortal King Corpse cloth here. It seems like the rumors are true. Something extremely important for the foreign side happening here in Great Scarlet Sky Border, which is why they are impatient to invade," someone said with a serious expression. It was rumored that when the foreign side invaded the 9 heavens 10 earths in the past, killing countless creatures, in the end, they still withdrew, quickly departing. This was definitely because of some secrets. It was rumored that Great Scarlet Sky Border was a secret land that previously produced a few unforeseen events. Many important great matters had happened here before, causing them to have no choice but to retreat. Great Scarlet Sky Border City was created from immortal bones. How could normal people do such a thing? They wouldn't be able to refine them at all. Meanwhile, at that time, the ancient people of this side had already pretty much been completely wiped out, no one daring to come here to create a city. When later people took control of this place, there were all types of speculations, even now many things remaining a mystery. Now, the foreign creatures broke through this place, so there was definitely some important objective, trying to undo something. They attacked the desolate border and Great Scarlet Sky Border at the same time, seemingly made a choice, wishing to acquire something. We cannot pay that much attention to this place either, and as a result neglect the 3,000 Dao provinces' desolate border. Otherwise, we might make a great blunder. Once the foreign troops invade and occupy our world, it'll all be too late no matter what we say, Sacred Academy's Great Elder warned. The 3,000 Dao provinces' desolate border was in danger. When Shihao heard this, it was hard for him to calm down. It had already been many years since he came to the 9 heavens above. He really wanted to go back. Were his grandfather parents, Hualinger, and his old friends doing well? This time might be an opportunity. Would he be able to return to the 3,000 Dao provinces to see those familiar people? However, after thinking about it closely, he felt like there wasn't much hope, because the desolate border was too chaotic. Even if he went, he wouldn't be able to offer much help. There definitely wouldn't be a competition like here, but rather a true war siege. Under this type of situation, asking for a chance to go back wasn't too good. Even though he didn't truly go to the desolate border, never seeing what it was really like, he could imagine, even feel that there were already many corpses on the desolate border, the smell of blood filling that place. The cruelest great battle was starting. Woo-woo! A bugle horn sounded. Someone delivered a message over. Old ancestors, the situation is not good. Desolate border is in danger. The foreign troops are attacking without any fear of consequences. Wishing to break through. The one who came was drenched in blood, loudly reporting this. This time, the foreign side didn't hesitate to pay any price, abandoning countless corpses, using lives to forge a path, only wishing to break through the desolate border. What? This time, outside the desolate border, what about that sealed mysterious city? It didn't appear. A long-life family couldn't help but cry out. There wasn't. It never appeared. The one who came reported as things were. Xianxia's mind trembled. He couldn't help but think back to Stone Clan's ancestors, as well as the desolate border's 7 kings. Go, bring the 10 realms diagram and ancestral dragon bugle horn. We are going to desolate border. We cannot waste any more time, Sacred Academy's great elder shouted. Then they began to make other arrangements. 90% of the men here left, heading to the 3,000 Dao province's desolate border. Only some people remained here, but there had to be a powerful expert to oversee this place. In the end, Heavenly Deity Institution's great elder Meng Tianjing was in charge of defending this place. At the same time, the Immortal King Corpse wrapping cloth was also going to be left here to prevent unforeseen events from happening. An undying being had appeared here. Even though only a large hand reached out, it is hard to say what kind of other strange methods he has. Will we be able to defend against it? An elder from a long-life family frowned, feeling a bit of worry. Don't worry, if they can come over, they would have done so a long time ago. There is no need to stand still without advancing. Great Elder Meng Tianjing had them leave, not to waste any time. The matters were decided just like this, everyone moving out. One could see a giant spatial gate was opened in the distance, one formed from a white bone altar that led directly to the 3,000 Dao provinces. At Great Scarlet Sky border, it was unknown just how many warships there were. Right now, they all set off, covering heaven and earth, as if there was a large expanse of clouds surging towards that spatial gate. Oh! The ancestral dragon bugle horn sounded. Thousands to tens of thousands of giant warships taking off, heading towards the battlefield. Without a doubt, there were people who were truly going to die, moreover a lot of them. The great battle was going to play out on the desolate border. Xianxia didn't open his mouth, never asking to go back. Even though he really wanted to go and take a look, he knew that right now he couldn't talk about personal matters. He shouldn't be talking about this type of thing at all. There were warships everywhere, some even larger than stars. Those were long-life families' unmatched ancient ships. They carried immortal energy, this type of ship even able to directly tear apart space, descend into the 3,000 provinces. Noises sounded, cries of war continuous. Ships full of people departed one after another, war songs chanted, the sound world-shaking, carrying a bit of a moving and tragic feel. It was because they were fully aware that after setting out this time, they might never return, that they might die in the desolate border. However, their honor didn't let them look back, no one able to stop them. Turn around and take your last look. Goodbye! When someone entered the spatial gate, they suddenly turned around. When they looked back, even though this was Great Scarlet Sky, not their homeland, they still wanted to take one more look. Many people departed, all of them leaving. Eventually, this place calmed down. They said they were going to leave behind a group of people, but Great Elder declared for them all to leave, only leaving behind less than 1,000 people here. Meanwhile, most of these were young cultivators, for example, the 3 Academy's disciples. Xianxia, Great Sutuo, Chao Yuxing, Lan Xian, and the others all remained behind. These youngsters who still hadn't grown up definitely couldn't be brought to the desolate border. The reason why they could come here was to gain some more knowledge and experience. Now, this objective was reached, and they even participated in a great competition. Without a doubt, Xianxia was extremely dazzling right now, 10 battles, 10 victories. He represented the 9 heavens, slaughtering the foreign young kings, killing 10 kings alone. This was a type of unimaginably glorious battle accomplishment. On the other side, the foreign cultivators also withdrew, figures densely packed, moving towards the darkness streak after streak, returning through the pitch-black abyss. Heh, we don't have the chance this time, but next time, I will personally kill you, Zimming said, challenging Sure Hao. If you dare stay behind, I will cut you down right here, Sure Hao replied extremely powerfully. Haha. Our next meeting won't be that far away. I am waiting. Let's see who will kill who. Zimming laughed loudly. His body was wrapped within a sphere of golden light, disappearing. A great scarlet sky border, only ruins remained. The ancient city made of immortal bones had already collapsed. Everything destroyed, rubble and debris everywhere. This place gradually became cold, those from the other side all returning into the darkness. However, after a long time, the abyss still remained, not closing. It was black and terrifying, as if one's soul was going to be quickly swallowed up. It was quiet and silent, the entire battlefield becoming quiet, lacking activity. Only cold winds occasionally blew past, blowing the dried-up bones and releasing woo-woo sounds. Everyone remained silent. The future was going to be extremely difficult, every single person knowing that they were facing a great life and death crisis. From today on, the so-called peacefulness, auspiciousness, would all be shattered. War already revived, killing soon going to engulf the heavens above and earth below. However, when the two sides were compared, the difference in strength really was great, to the point where it didn't even allow one to see hope. Every single person had a shadow over their minds. How were they supposed to fight? Was there any hope to be seen? Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, and Lu Hong both had unmatched ancient seeds, yet were still killed. It truly left them feeling dispirited and down. Many of them were thinking over this battle's gains and losses, their minds heavy. The foreign creatures were too strong, extremely difficult to kill. The only consoling thing was that Sure Hao took action, reversing the situation alone, in the end killing 10 great experts. Great Elder, are we going to just do nothing and stay here? Someone asked. They will return. Great Elder Meng Tianjing replied. His eyes remained glued to that black abyss. Truly dull. Shouldn't you all have just pretended to leave, and then attack us when we come out from the abyss? An elder walked out from the black abyss, his figure dried up and shriveled, looking like a fossil that was just unearthed. Half of his body even seemed to be buried underground. This was one of the most powerful creatures who was standing here not too long ago, a leading figure. That is meaningless. If killing could get rid of all of you, I definitely wouldn't mind doing so. Great Elder said. The Long Life families and others had long guessed that the other side had secret motives aimed at this place. However, they had no choice. The desolate border was in a dire situation, so they had to transfer most of their people. The other side was attacking from two fronts. Regardless of whether it was gaining benefits from this place or breaking through desolate border, they could do either. The reason for the other side attacking from two sides was precisely because if one side succeeded, then it was enough. You all should leave. We won't cross over from this side. We are still rejected by this side's world, unable to cross over at all. That ancient figure on the other side said. Great Elder Meng Tianjing shook his head, rejecting this, and then said while looking at him. Instead of that, how about you tell us what kind of secrets this place holds for you all to muster such large forces? Sure, we can chat a bit. Let you all understand a few events of the past and not remain confused to the end. On the other side, that ancient ancestor figure spoke. This was an exceptional expert who had lived for a long time, his status extremely great, known as one of the most powerful creatures below the undying level. However, before this, we have to take care of some matters first, or else we might end up missing the chance. He calmly said, and then turned around, displaying a deep act of respect towards the abyss. He was extremely serious and sincere, bringing out an altar and carrying out a sacrifice. In his surroundings, it was completely silent. Over 100 figures appeared, all of them living fossil-like existences, all of them terrifying figures. On the 9 heavens 10 earth side, everyone shivered inwardly, chills running through their bodies. Those were extremely formidable experts. Only those on the level of the long-life family elders could face them, yet now so many of them appeared at the same time. One could see just how much importance they attached and how much they cared about this place. These people chanted ancient scriptures at the same time, their voices ancient and grand, as if they came from the edge of the world, gradually shaking up the mountains and rivers, resounding through the heavens above and earth below. What are they doing? Sure how felt like his entire body was going cold, always feeling as if something bad was going to happen. The situation isn't right. Great Elder's expression was serious, even more so than when facing the undying being before. When his eyes opened and closed, chaotic light erupted. Hua! He raised the immortal king corpse wrapping cloth, waving it like a great banner, covering heaven and earth, protecting everyone here. The scripture sound was extremely loud, and also special. At first, there were still Tao sounds rumbling, so it was a bit auspicious, but eventually, there was a deep, sinister energy that filled this place, accompanied by sounds of ghosts weeping and gods howling. Who? Crazy winds swept about, attacking from all sides, gathering towards the dark abyss, appearing near that altar. Figures appeared one after another. Then that mysterious altar floated in the sky, floating over on its own, and then it moved over to the dark abyss, floating above it. In that instant, the several hundred elders were all moved, every one of them worshipping, then even more so piously chanting scriptures, summoning something. Great Elder, what are they doing? Sure Hao asked, feeling like things were extremely strange. In addition, the surrounding environment became different, becoming gloomy and terrifying, as if they entered an endless hell. At this moment, the immortal king corpse wrapping cloth fluttered like a banner, protecting this place. Sinister winds roared about angrily, causing a rain of blood to scatter down, everything incredibly terrifying. They are chanting the soul-guiding scripture. Great Elder's expression was serious. Things were not right at all. Could it be that these foreign creatures wanted to revive some type of existence? This didn't seem too likely because the dead were dead. There was no way they could be revived. Moreover, so many years passed, a great era separating them. How could the dead be revived like this? This wasn't realistic at all. If there really was this type of heaven-defying creature, then it would topple conventional reasoning of cultivation history, the general knowledge of everyone. Heroic spirit. At this time, Great Elder's expression became cold. Then, his eyes erupted with divine light. The war flag soaked in the blood of immortal kings was held in his hand, right now fiercely waved. It was because right at this moment, many figures appeared in the surroundings, these figures indistinct. They rushed in this direction, bearing their fangs and claws, every one of them extremely powerful. The so-called heroic spirits were precisely cultivators who died on the battlefield back then, the soul fragments they left behind after. It was because there were some creatures that were just too powerful. Even though they were killed, they could still leave behind some imprints. They were nurtured by energy from the battlefield, difficult for them to be directly wiped out. Right now, a group of foreign elders were currently summoning a heroic spirit, gathering those soul fragments. What were they trying to accomplish by doing this? According to normal reasoning, this was meaningless because even if everything was gathered, they would still scatter to the extent where they would be directly erased, no way they could still revive. Once one died, they would forever be dead. These were foreign creatures, actually so many of them falling in battle here. This was something completely unknown to anyone. It seemed like this place was extremely miserable back then, the foreign side suffering a great loss. Oh! A low roar sounded, accompanied by raging flames, making the entire ancient battlefield tremble. On the battlefield, there were actually 8 streaks of light that shone, each from one direction. They gathered together, forming a divine and resplendent special flame, rushing forward, about to enter the abyss. And Great Elder Meng Tianzheng was shocked. This heroic spirit was actually sacred, its soul flame pure, with yang power. Just how terrifying was this? Could it be that it really could be revived? One had to understand that normal heroic spirits were covered in yin energy. This heroic spirit not only had yang power, It was too sacred, something that had never been seen before. Hua! Great Elder Meng Tianzhang was extremely decisive, brandishing the immortal king corpse wrapping cloth in his hands, sweeping it out forward, fiercely attacking that expanse of light. Without a doubt, there were 8 especially powerful heroic spirits who were supporting an extremely mysterious heroic spirit, trying to return to the other side. You dare! In front of the altar, those elders were furious, suddenly changing their expressions. Then, a heaven-overflowing power spread, terrifying beyond compare. A pot appeared, stopping the power the immortal king corpse wrapping cloth released. A mortal smelting pot. For that remnant soul, this type of unmatched magical artifact was actually used. One could see just how much importance the other side attached to this. Great Elder raised his hand, withdrawing the corpse wrapping cloth, treating this situation seriously. He silently watched the scene play out. Unmatched ancient ancestor Luo Mo Great One. Right at this time, in front of the altar, those elders all kowtowed. Every one of their expressions moved, simply about to shed tears of joy, all of them kneeling down. On the altar, a damaged eyeball had unknowingly when appeared. It had long dried up, lacking life force, in complete tatters. However, at this moment, following the sacred soul flame's return, that withered and damaged eyeball actually moved, and then it produced radiance. With a whoo sound, that flame rushed into the eyeball, and then it erupted with heaven-overflowing fluctuations, shocking everyone in great scarlet sky border. That type of aura was too powerful, incomparable, simply about to wipe out the 9 heavens 10 earths, able to destroy the great universe. However, fortunately, it only existed for a short amount of time. That wave of aura quickly restrained. That eyeball now possessed radiance, moreover enlarging, floating above the black abyss. Eventually, it actually reached several thousand zhang tall, grand like a great peak. This left everyone shocked. This eyeball was just too large. One could imagine that if it wasn't for its life force long being wiped out, only having a ruined soul entering, it would have become even larger and more powerful. It was difficult to imagine its power in the past. I just knew that Luo Mo Great One definitely left behind a heroic spirit. We found it after all. A group of people worshipped in excitement. Just a ruined soul ready to scatter and disappear. Calling me back won't accomplish anything. These were the fluctuations the ruined soul released. It was clear that it wasn't complete. Its will not as sturdy and unbreaking as in the past, or else it wouldn't even bother replying to these people. In the distance, Great Elder was shocked, feeling a headache for the first time. It was because he had heard the name Luo Mo before. This was an unmatched ancient ancestor, one who wouldn't be weaker than the Anlin or Shuchuo. This left many people shocked. Back then, there was an ancient ancestor who died here? There were no recordings in the historical records. At the very least, the bone books of the 9 heavens 10 earths never mentioned this matter. Who was it that killed him? Ancient ancestor Luo Mo, we sought you out to learn about a few things of the past. We wish to learn how powerful the ones who took action back then were, because soon afterwards, we are going to invade this side, slaughter our way into this world, so we need to make preparations. There was someone who said, extremely fanatical as he stared at that giant eyeball. Luo Mo, an unmatched ancient ancestor, previously fell here, killed by someone. This was a huge event. Sure how Great Sutua, Chao Yuxing and the others were all extremely shocked. The one who fought against me died. No one can escape unscathed after fighting against me. That eyeball spoke. The will it left behind was extremely astonishing, actually still remembering the events of the past. This not only left Sure Hao and the others shocked, even Great Elder Meng Tianzhang sighed. The so-called unmatched existence was too terrifying. We wish to learn about everything. In the past, there were 2 other areas where things happened, so we want to have an accurate appraisal of the attacker. An elder said, Wu, as for where those people are from, this is something all of you should be aware of. Wishing to understand their depths does make sense as well. The eyeball released divine will fluctuations. In front of the altar, all of the elders were excited. This was an unmatched ancient ancestor we were talking about. Normally, someone like this wouldn't even pay attention to them, yet now he was actually conversing with them. Unmatched ancient ancestor, please explain this to us. There is no way to explain it clearly. I believe Anlin and Shuchuo have already deduced that there is a sealed ancient realm here, an unstable node that could perhaps be opened up today. You all should just enter and search for everything from the past yourselves. The fact that I am awakened signifies that true disappearance is near. Luo Mo said. In the distance, Sure Hao and the others were all extremely quiet, no one speaking, and no one interrupting. This was just too strange. An unmatched existence's damaged soul was awakened, someone who was previously unrivaled in this world. We cannot cross over, so there is no way to open up that area. In front of the altar, an elder said, Heh, even dare to include a dead person in their schemes? Anlin and Shuchuo really are quite something. Luo Mo laughed coldly. Finally, he released a sigh and said, Are my descendants well? They are all doing well. Still one of the most powerful clans of the world. Never declining. Always protected and assisted by ancestor Shuchuo. One of them replied, All right, even though I lack power, opening up that place is perhaps possible, exhausting the last of my life. Luo Mo spoke in self-mockery. His descendants being protected and assisted could also be understood as being looked down on and intimidated. Many thanks to Great One. It is because Shuchuo Great One needs to investigate some events of the past, needing to find some things in order to repair that powerful weapon. An elder said, I already understand. Luo Mo said, This was previously an unmatched existence. Yet now, only a ruined eyeball and some soul fragments remained. It lacked fighting strength, only possessing the aura of the past. Hong. Despite this being the case, that aura was still astonishing, as if an unmatched ancient ancestor was reborn. That eyeball shone and then blood dripped out. It was cracking apart, every single drop of blood making the void collapse, even more so interfering with time. The eyeball was breaking apart. That ruined soul was disappearing, but it still turned into some patterns, these patterns pointing out a coordinate, as well as a type of mysterious imprint. It rumbled with noise, and then rushed out from the black abyss, flying towards great scarlet sky border. The so-called border was an area of primal chaos. Hong Long. The eyeball was destroyed, flowing with the blood of an undying existence, wrapping around those patterns, breaking through the primal chaos to arrive. They were going to open up a certain area in the primal chaos, open up a sealed ancient world. The creation of the world was probably not much more chaotic than this. The several thousand zhang tall eyeball cracked apart, breaking apart into blood essence that wrapped around the coordinate symbols and mysterious heavenly patterns. It opened up the world, blasted through the primal chaos, tearing through everything unstoppably, nothing able to stop it. Was this the power of Luo Mo? Even after he died, with this being the last bit of his power, he still dominated the world. An eyeball together with a bit of damaged soul, yet it was actually enough to reach this step. This left everyone horrified. The foreign creatures knelt down, chanting scriptures from their mouths, carrying disappointment, frustration, and great emotion. They knew that after this, Luo Mo would truly disappear, no longer exist in this world. A few people released a deep sigh inside. The ancient ancestor still ended up in this type of state in the end. It truly was rather sorrowful. It was because they felt that Luo Mo's heroic spirit was threatened by ancestor Shuchuo, so he had no choice but to do this. However, none of the elders in this world dared say a single word about this, or else their entire clan would be wiped out. Hong. The primal chaos exploded, everything caving in. A passage of light was produced. Luo Mo's scarlet blood's red color carried a dark light, at the same time accompanied by silver radiance, extremely special. There are still two colors. It's the five-colored true blood. In the back, Great Elder sucked in a cold breath of air. He couldn't help but feel shock. Those with five-colored blood, even if they didn't cultivate, they might reach half a step away from the long-life domain. This type of bloodline's power just too domineering. It was rumored that only Shuchuo, Anlin, and other ancient families had a chance of producing a child with five-colored blood. Of course, it wasn't like there wasn't seven-colored blood, but no one knew anyone with it, at least no one had seen it before. Perhaps Anlin, Shuchuo, and others' blood would, after experiencing a great era, separate from five colors, possibly entering the unmatched seven-colored blood level. The immortal corpse wrapping cloth fluttered about here. Great Elder Meng Tianzheng was extremely serious, facing this situation with a severe expression. He protected all those at his side to prevent anything unexpected from happening. Today, the nine heavens and the foreign side carried out a great confrontation. In the end, both sides withdrew, yet this major event that exceeded everyone's expectations occurred. Luo Mo, a legendary unmatched expert, was actually summoned as a heroic spirit. This touched upon a few great mysteries of the other side. Back then, what made the other side have no choice but to withdraw, return to their world? Perhaps they might find out from what was going to happen now. Hong! Heavens fell and earth collapsed, primal chaos surging. That undying blood was too domineering. Even though it was ruined blood, the bit that remained in that eyeball, it was still unstoppable. Right now, sure how Great Su Tuo, 10-crown King Tianzi, exiled Immortal, Chao Yuxing, and others all saw what was called heaven-splitting might. The blood from Luo Mo's heroic spirit opened the sky over there, propping open a world, recreating the world. This type of scene was too strong, making everyone tremble with fear. What was called unmatched, what was called matchless. Luo Mo right now displayed this vividly and thoroughly. Even if it was only a damaged imprint, it could still produce world-shocking effects. However, his time was limited. There was no way he could continue existing for a long time. His will already scattered along the way, only some instincts remaining, opening up a path there. Long. Thunder rumbled, lightning hacking about like dragons, interweaving there. Luo Mo's heroic spirit blood stopped all of this. And the foreign creatures were all shocked, their minds sinking. Found it, it's right there. The foreign creatures were overjoyed. The group of elders so excited it was difficult for them to control themselves. Chi! Silver snakes scattered. These streak after streak of mountain peak-sized lightning, tangling with the chaotic energy. This was primal chaos lightning, the power immeasurable. Powerful explosions erupted. After the primal chaos was cleaned out, a monument appeared there, hundreds of thousands of zhang tall. It was black and dripping with blood. Extremely terrifying. It was precisely here, a sealed ancient world. This was extremely mysterious. It was hidden in primal chaos, completely submerged, moreover as ancient as a great era in the past. From past until present, no one had ever discovered it before. What was primal chaos? A strand of energy was enough to move mountains, crush mountain ridges. With so much primal chaos together, all things would be shattered. Why was splitting the heavens difficult? Because primal chaos was too frightening. If one wasn't a top-level expert, then they couldn't go in and out, let alone creating a world. They would be exhausted to death halfway through, crushed to meat paste. Meanwhile, here there was an ancient world sealed. The monument was too tall. It towered here, a pressure spreading from it. Luo Mo's heroic spirit blood attacked precisely at this place. Every strike enough to split the heavens. However, there were waves of primal chaos lightning that were incurred, the two clashing. Luo Mo died, his will erased. Now he really was releasing the last of his life. His blood attacking this direction in waves, not cowering back. Heaven and earth trembled, all of great scarlet sky border shaking intensely, as if it was going to break apart, the situation extremely terrifying. Pong! Heroic spirit light shone, wrapping around symbols, condensing into a human figure there. It brandished its arms, shaking up heaven and earth, unexpectedly producing a magical imprint and smashing out. This was just too shocking, this type of power making one's heart contract, as if they were going to explode from the suffocating pressure. In the rear, Sure Hao and the others' expressions changed. How could this type of thing happen? Didn't he die? How could he still take action? Moreover, produce a magical imprint. This is the glory of the most powerful. Even when he died, there is still a type of combat instinct, war blood imperishable. After suffering backlash, it would automatically display unmatched might. Great Elder Meng Tianjing's expression was serious. However, his eyes were still blazing hot, as if they saw a path, seeing a new dawn. Even though this world didn't allow immortality, lacking that environment, he still wouldn't give up. Meanwhile, at this moment, he seemed to have gained enlightenment, developing some insights. Even if it is 10 deaths no life, I'll have to try in the future anyway, Great Elder Meng Tianjing said to himself, seemingly coming to some kind of decision. Prepare to move out. In front of the black abyss, a group of elders said quietly, preparing to move, wishing to enter that sealed ancient world. It was because that place carried heaven-shocking secrets. The reason why the other side withdrew in the past was because they were set back, and this place was one of the main reasons. Even a glorious unmatched ancient ancestor Luo Mo was even killed in battle here. One could imagine just how frightening this place was back then. No one from the other side would forget about this place, all of them wishing to know what exactly happened. Kacha! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, heaven and earth swaying. In the primal chaos, the 100-zhang tall giant monument was massive, trembling, but refusing to be destroyed. It towered there, as if it supported all of eternity. It was pitch black like ink, sticky with the blood of who knew what species, looking extremely alarming. A great era passed, yet that blood still didn't dry up. The blood color looked like it was new, still bright and shining. The giant black monument and blood released a wave of terrifying aura that made one tremble with fear, always feel as if that was the source of destruction, that they shouldn't approach it. Luo Mo, a generation-crushing expert, right now displayed his powerful might. He was incomparable, human-shaped heroic spirit blood displaying great power, shaking up the 9 heavens. Right now, it was not only the border that was shaking, even all of great scarlet sky was trembling slightly. One could see from this just how great the power was. Chong chong chong. When the weapons crossed and loud noises were released, Luo Mo's heroic spirit blood underwent a change, slowly changing from human shape to that of a weapon. Moreover, there were several types, all of them hacking towards the black monument. Right now, sparks flew everywhere, metallic light erupting. Killing energy even more so rushed into the heavens, scattering the heavy primal chaos. This place was chaotic, extremely terrifying. Chao Yuxing and the others were speechless. They were sure that if they entered recklessly, they would directly be blasted into ashes, not on the same level of power at all. They now witnessed the power of an undying being. Meanwhile, this was still just what was left of a ruined soul. If it was at its peak, just how frightening would it be? With things playing out like this, they finally understood that the legends of the world being forcibly broken into the 9 heavens 10 earths wasn't without reason. It was because these creatures were just too formidable. Only, even though Luo Mo was powerful, his heroic spirit blood refined and tempered 100 times over. Right now, the monument still refused to be damaged, remaining unbreaking. During this period of time, even though the monument was shaking and rumbling, releasing dark light, blood flowing out from its surface, it still wasn't damaged. It was shockingly sturdy. This made everyone sigh with astonishment. This was but Luo Mo's power. What kind of person was he? However, after thinking about this carefully, the foreign creatures couldn't help but become silent as well, because even the foreign experts experienced a setback, a power able to stop them. Then, someone took action, sealing up this place, displaying heaven-shocking methods. Their statuses were definitely astonishing, or else how could they dare fight against Luo Mo? They couldn't win, and Ancestor Luo Mo even died. The essence blood and final will have already pretty much scattered, unable to open up this place. A foreign elder released a sigh, carrying great regret. He really was unwilling to just give up here. It was because according to Anlin Shichuo's suspicions, this place was extremely sturdy. Only on a special day would a spatial node become unstable, able to be opened. Meanwhile, today was precisely the day, and they waited for the right person. Luo Mo took action, only it was quite regretful not succeeding. Not good. Ancestor Luo Mo's heroic spirit blood has grown dim, about to be turned to ashes. Someone cried out in alarm. Hong! Sure enough, The five-colored true blood suddenly surged, and then it exploded, turning into streaks of light, immediately igniting, completely scattering. We are going to fail just like this? The foreign side's people clenched their fists. They mustered such great forces to come here, precisely to open up this ancient land. Yet there was this result. It was to the extent where an ancient ancestor heroic spirit had no choice but to enter eternal rest, be completely wiped out. I really don't want to accept this. Someone roared towards the sky. Suddenly, a ka-cha sounded, extremely ear-splitting and clear, sounding from the primal chaos. The 100,000 zhang giant black monument revealed a crack. It extended outwards, a large amount of blood gushing out. Then, in front of it, primal chaos space revealed a crack, producing resplendent divine light. It was that sealed ancient world. It was finally broken through. We're going. In front of the black abyss, there were a few elders who moved, rushing outwards, wishing to immediately enter that sealed ancient world, find out what exactly was going on. It was because they came with an objective. Not only were they trying to look into the past, they also wished to seize some things. Ancient ancestor Shuchuo wanted to repair a giant weapon, and there might be some clues here for the materials needed. Chi. Divine light surged like rainbows, more than 10 figures moving together. The foreign experts were going to enter the ancient world in the primal chaos. This made sure how Chao Yuxing and the others' expressions change. There only had great elder Meng Tianjing here, the situation extremely bad. So how were they supposed to stop it? They could see figures appear everywhere before the dark abyss. Not less than 100 people, all of them older generation individuals who were ridiculously powerful. Meanwhile now, only a dozen or so of them moved out, still many of them in reserve. Hua. Great Elder was extremely decisive and direct. He brought out the Iron Blood War banner from the past, aiming it at the dozen or so people, using the unmatched war banner to kill them. You dare! On the other side, the leading figure of the elders released a loud shout. He activated a pot, releasing hazy radiance, suppressing the great cosmos. Immortal smelting pot, this was definitely a powerful weapon, one known to have been forged to refine immortals to death. Right now, it displayed might, stopping the immortal king corpse wrapping cloth. Hong! A great collision erupted there. The dozen or so elders moved out of the way, but they were still blasted by the shockwaves until they coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were all pale white, eyes revealing vicious expressions, staring at great elder Meng Tianjing. Chi! There was someone who completely ignored this, moving quickly, flying towards the primal chaos. And not good, the distance is too far, the obstruction from the realm wall is too great. Suddenly, an elder cried out in alarm. It was because his speed became slower, his cultivation suppressed, entire body feeling uncomfortable, movements becoming extremely uncomfortable. After the foreign creatures broke into this realm, many of them felt out of sorts. Before they were completely suppressed by this world, they would be expelled. It was because the great Tao they cultivated was completely different. What they displayed were things from a different world, so they clashed with this place. This was why they were suppressed. Pooh! There were some who vomited blood, because they didn't want to be suppressed, forcefully using their most powerful ancestral techniques to resist this. However, in the end, they continuously coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. However, they still closed in, arriving in the primal chaos, wishing to enter that sealed ancient realm. It was because it wasn't that far, the distance still endurable, clenching their teeth as they persisted forward. This blood is a bit special, we should collect a bit of it, someone said quietly, staring at the blood on the black monument, eyes revealing brilliant light. For them, everything near the sealed ancient land was worth exploring. If they could, they would bring everything away. This was especially true for that 100,000 zhang tall giant black monument. If they could bring it away, they wouldn't hesitate to do so. Perhaps Shuchuo Anlin would be able to see what was going on. Be careful, we're being rejected. Don't do things that might produce danger. Someone said. The reason why Luo Mo could affect the monument was because even though he was only a ruined soul, he was still who knew just how many times more powerful than these people. Apart from this, Luo Mo's heroic spirit had existed in Great Scarlet Sky border for a long time, so he gradually adapted to this world. Perhaps it could be said that he already assimilated with this world, possessing a similar aura as this world. Hong! Suddenly, danger broke out. As soon as someone touched a strand of blood, collecting it into the copper cauldron, it made the black monument erupt with activity. This blood seemed to have life, couldn't be blasphemed against. It couldn't be placed in a vessel, or else it would be an insult for it. That blood immediately ignited. Light spread, immediately drowning that person out, instantly turning him into a torch. He screamed and struggled about there. The scene was extremely miserable. A moment later, his body was turned into charred coke. Apart from this, half of his body turned into ashes, completely unable to protect himself, even less so able to put out the flames. Heavens! The other creatures were all shocked. What kind of blood was this? Couldn't even be touched. Touching it meant death. Hong Long. However, there were only more terrifying things awaiting them. The black monument swayed, a rain of blood scattering down, releasing chi-chi noises. These people's expressions all became deathly white, all of them shocked. Everyone activated weapons. There were bull horns, beast claws, golden artifacts, all of them rushing out to resist this power, but all of it was completely useless. After the rain of blood descended, these artifacts were like paper mache, all of them blasted rotten. It was just like when molten iron landed on the snow, blazing heat melting ice and snow. Waves of white mists rose. Large amounts of miserable cries sounded. More than 10 elders completely drenched under the rain of blood, unable to evade in time. Then, they released miserable cries, all of them rolling on the ground. Right now, they weren't top-level experts, but rather ordinary people who had their bodies penetrated, in so much pain that they wished they were dead. Smoke surged from their bodies, corroding them, taking their lives. This rain of blood, for them, was fatal, completely impossible to stop. In the end, the dozen or so people were all set aflame, turned into blasts of fiery light, completely annihilated. The miserable screams made the scalps of the people who saw this turn numb. These were terrifying figures who cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, yet they died just like this. Without a doubt, if these dozen or so individuals entered the 9 heavens 10 earths, they would definitely trigger an absolute disaster. Many long-life families' elders having to move out to have a chance of calming things. These dozen or so elders were definitely an unimaginably terrifying power. However, they were still completely wiped out here, not a single person left behind, all of them swept clean. There were only some bone dregs left, the burning extremely thorough. In the back, no one said anything for a long time. Right now, even the immortal smelting pot was brought away, the corpse wrapping cloth also withdrawing itself, both sides not clashing anymore. The scene had too great of an impact just now, intimidating everyone. They were expelled by this world, even the weapons suppressed, unable to move as they pleased there. Moreover, that monument is too frightening. When it is touched, one would reach the end of their lives. Next to the darkness, someone said quietly, starting to think things over. With this kind of scene before them, was there still anyone else who dared go? We still cannot move because we are suppressed too greatly, likely just throwing our lives away in vain. However, we can let some younger generation in. What if the other side stop us? Those elders next to the black abyss were discussing things. We still have to give it a try. Bring the immortal smelting pot. The leading elder made the decision, about to use this unmatched magical artifact to resist the world's suppression. At the same time, a few youngsters walked out from within the black abyss, among them including He Ziming. They were all extremely powerful. These individuals not leaving yet either, waiting this whole time. This won't do, we have to move as well. That sealed ancient world is a bit strange. The things inside cannot fall to the other side. It will be bad if they obtain it. The little fatty Chao Yuxing said. All of you step back. Great Elder Meng Tianjing spoke, having them leave this place. As long as the distance was too far, the other side couldn't do anything because they couldn't enter deep into Great Scarlet Sky would be rejected. There was no way to truly cross realms. Great Elder, we'll go together with you. This type of strange place might have some special natural laws that are unfavorable against powerful individuals. Xianxia spoke. This wasn't the first time he experienced this. He had visited many secret lands, many of them having special restricting natural laws. The more powerful one was, the greater the pressure they would face, making them suffer greatly. Show. On the other side, those people in front of the black abyss already moved, the other side sending out another dozen or so elders, bringing along He Ziming and a few other youngsters. It was clear that they also felt some misgivings, worrying that this place would suppress experts, which was why they brought youngsters with them. When needed, these youngsters might be able to enter further into that ancient realm. After some hesitation, Great Elder also brought some youngsters, for example Xianxia, 10 Crown King Tianzi, Chao Yuxing, Daoist Qigu, and others quickly advancing. Wang. Up ahead. Divine splendor scattered down. Chaotic energy roiled. That immortal smelting pot was moving. It was extremely terrifying. Great Elder here. Along the way, when Xianxia saw this scene, he handed the everlasting immortal sword core to Great Elder Meng Tianjing so he could display more power. With both the corpse wrapping cloth and the everlasting sword core, he would have both offense and defense. Even if there were more than 10 elders on the other side, he could still remain fearless. The monument was pitch black like ink, not moving at all. Only when those from the other side attacked at that great primal chaos crack, wishing to bring the ancient realm back to light, did this ancient monument display some abnormalities once more. Moreover, it was even more frightening than last time. Rain pouring down like buckets, all of it red-colored. This was blood, all of it carrying heaven overflowing killing energy. This blood surged out from the cracks on the monument, these cracks opened by Luo Mo. The black monument seemed to possess life, actually bleeding. Everyone's expression changed, especially the expressions of those from the other side, their faces immediately becoming white. The terrifying scene was something anyone could see with their 2 eyes. Who didn't fear death? Wang. The immortal smelting pot moved, releasing divine light. It was an unrivaled precious artifact after all. Turning here, blocking the rain of blood. Moreover, that pot's mouth opened, trying to refine it. Everyone was shocked. This pot was too formidable, worthy of being something made to refine immortals. When faced with this sinister monument, the terrifying blood, it didn't care, directly dealing with it. However, this blood was a bit special. It floated outside the immortal smelting pot, not entering, difficult to suck away. It shone there, facing it in a stalemate situation. What? Not even the immortal smelting pot could collect it. It's because it is being suppressed by the realm wall, greatly affected. This is most likely the reason. The foreign side's minds trembled. Qi. In the back, Great Elder and the others also arrived. The rain of blood suddenly swept in reverse, flying in his direction. Moreover, the rain of blood from the immortal smelting pot also flew over, all of it gathering towards Great Elder and the others. They were shocked, fearing that a great disaster was approaching. However, something that left all of them shocked happened. A rain of blood scattered down, directly entering the immortal king corpse wrapping cloth. It was as if a desert that had remained arid for too long was suddenly irrigated by a clear spring, receiving the best nourishment. This tattered piece of cloth shone, becoming resplendent, sparkling, immediately becoming divine. Immortal blood. Great Elder trembled, his voice even shaking a bit. It was to the extent where he suspected that this might very well be the blood of an immortal king. Stop it. This blood is extremely beneficial for that cloth. An elder from the foreign side released a low roar, wishing to interfere. Not good, time is limited. We have to enter the sealed ancient realm first, or else we'll miss the opportunity. Someone spoke in opposition. Immediately afterwards, they used the immortal smelting pot to attack the primal chaos crack. After all, Luo Mo blasted open a crack, so now they could enter it relatively easier. Let alone the fact that right now, what they were using was one of the foreign side's most powerful weapons, the immortal smelting pot. After clashing several times, a hong sounded. A wave of desolate and distant aura covered heaven and earth. An even larger crack was opened in that ancient realm that had been sealed for many years. They could enter now. Blinding light erupted, the aura inside incomparably sacred. At the same time, a bird cry sounded, the noise shaking the 9 heavens. It was a young bird, but it could already split the skies with its wings, able to soar above. True phoenix, someone cried out. In this ancient realm, there was actually a young immortal bird. It was likely born here. Chi. Afterwards, everyone became horrified, because blood flowed out from the great primal chaos crack, bright red and shocking, the light streaks rushing into the heavens. Heavens! That's immortal blood. What exactly happened here back then? Why is it that the blood of immortals flowed out as soon as this realm was opened? Just how many experts died here? Everyone was shocked. They widened their eyes, staring forward. What kind of ancient land was that? Why was it that the blood of immortals immediately flowed as soon as it was opened, scarlet multicolored radiance within the redness, as if blood diamonds and coral were floating out? This type of aura left one horrified, as if they were simply about to eradicate souls, wipe out all life force. This was the blood of immortals. That type of power was too domineering. Sure, Hao had seen immortal blood before, but that was in drops. The most important thing was that the blood he had seen had all been refined already, the killing Tao force neutralized, only leaving behind beneficial long-life medicinal characteristics. How could true immortal blood be peaceful? If it wasn't dealt with, once it splashed out, even if it was just a single drop, it would still be enough to kill sect masters. This type of blood power was too domineering. If it landed on a vital area, it could definitely directly destroy one's soul. There wouldn't be any suspense. Rush inside. The people of the other side cried out, activating the immortal smelting pot, about to rush over. It was because this sealed ancient realm concealed too many mysteries. Charge! Great Elder Meng Tianjing also released a roar. He took action, holding the everlasting sword core in his hands, also activating the immortal king corpse wrapping cloth, rushing forward. The 100-zhang-tall giant monument towered in the primal chaos. It trembled slightly, a great crack extending from it at this moment. The fluctuations it released resonated with the ancient realm. Primal chaos surged, this place unable to remain calm. The ancient realm hiding in the primal chaos was finally going to see the light of day. Scarlet multicolored light overflowed, fiery light blazing. A divine bird dove down towards the great primal chaos cracks, from its mouth spraying out flames that belonged to the undying true phoenix bloodline, wiping out all life force. The most important thing was that it guided the true blood of immortals from the ground, making it erupt as well, forming a vicious dark red blood wave that struck outwards. This was extremely terrifying. There were no long life beings among those here. If they really were struck by the blood splashes, then they would undoubtedly die. It was that phoenix, a bird that still hadn't completely matured. It was extremely vicious, flapping a pair of phoenix divine wings, undying divine flames surging, engulfing this place. The immortal blood that was dripping out was stirred up, as if an ancient giant beast was stimulated. The most dangerous aura was released. This divine bird was extremely terrifying. Even though it hadn't matured yet, his attacks were exceptionally strong, unleashing an attack against the intruders. One could vaguely see how vast the sealed ancient realm should be. None of them expected to encounter a terrifying phoenix divine bird right by the borders. Pooh! Blood splashed outwards, striking out. The void directly shattered. The expressions of everyone from the other side changed. They hated the smell of immortal blood, their eyes revealing looks of panic. They frantically operated the immortal smelting pot to stop the scarlet blood drops. If they were unlucky, even a single drop landing on their bodies, then there was a chance of body and soul being wiped out. It had to be said that the immortal smelting pot was extremely strong. After it entered this world, it always resisted the realm wall's power, restricted by this great cosmos. However, despite this being the case, it could still retaliate, able to resist all threats from the outer world. It released a hazy radiance, stopping the immortal blood that scattered over. Refine away this true blood. Don't even leave behind a single bit, an elder shouted. He loathed the immortal blood, but he had to admit that this blood contained incomparable power. The immortal smelting pot displayed might, releasing an undying energy, moreover forming a vortex by the pot's mouth. Like a whale sucking in, it actually began to devour immortal blood, wishing to refine the essence and use it for itself. However, it was suppressed in this world. The natural laws of the great universe descended, completely affecting it, weakening its power considerably. As a result, it was extremely difficult for it to refine the immortal blood. It suffered retaliation. This blood possessed spirituality. Even after a great era had passed, there was still a type of undying killing intent, making it counterattack intensely, moreover wishing to erode this pot instead. Pang! At the same time, great elder Meng Tianzheng took action. He hacked out with the everlasting sword core in his hands, moreover moving the immortal king corpse wrapping cloth, absorbing the immortal blood. He brought Shi Hao and the others with him, already leaving the giant monument, hurrying here, not allowing the foreign people to rush over first. Blood descended, but the immortal king corpse wrapping cloth shone, as expected, able to absorb it. This piece of cloth became more and more sparkling, becoming increasingly resplendent, no longer as weak as it was before. Even though there was blood flowing out from the sealed ancient world in the primal chaos, the inside was actually extremely divine, because there was still auspicious multicolored light continuously flowing out from the great cracks, divine splendor rushing out. Looking from the distance, there were countless divine mountains inside, long rivers overflowing, water all gathered from spiritual liquid. There were many rare medicinal herbs and other things here. Those outside could tell with a single look that this place was definitely not barren, but rather a formidable divine land. Otherwise, they wouldn't have seen an immortal bird as soon as they entered, a true phoenix. The bird cry was extremely ear-splitting, as if an immortal sword was shaking here. It released blinding sword radiance, the sound waves reaching everyone's ears. This divine bird beat its wings fiercely, moreover starting to chant a type of extremely mysterious curse. Hong! Immediately afterwards, a disaster happened. The blood on the ground surged, no longer flowing, but rather congealing into a tangible creature. And this blood has turned into the form of when they were still alive. A foreign elder's expression congealed. There were many creatures that appeared on the ground who roared, charging forward fiercely. It was as if these were the most powerful creatures from when the world first opened. A monster with a crocodile head and brown rhinoceros body charged forward. Of course, it was wrapped within bright red bloody light. It was formed from blood, actually recreating some of its power when it was still alive. It directly smashed through the void, opening its bloody mouth, swallowing towards the immortal smelting pot. Dang! The immortal smelting pot shook intensely, releasing a rumbling noise. After being struck, it made a turn, and then with a heavy blow, it sent that monster flying outwards. Chi! A vicious bird appeared in the sky, feathers all shining as if cast from silver. None of them were able to recognize this species. It dove down, its wings even sharper than a heavenly blade, hacking apart the world. Finally, with a dang noise, its wings directly hacked down on the immortal smelting pot, making that place tremble greatly. The void exploded, the primal chaos in the surroundings surging like boiled water. These blood drops formed creatures that actually dared to attack the immortal smelting pot. Pooh! Unfortunately, this silver divine bird flew out, quickly breaking down, exploding there, turning into blood once more. However, after that undying bird in the distance cried out, the blood on the ground continuously surged, reconstructing there, attacking the immortal smelting pot. What kind of strange magic was this? It could actually summon the wrath of the immortal blood, make them reconstruct their forms when they were alive so they could participate in the great battle here. The most terrifying thing was that even the immortal corpse wrapping cloth was attacked, no difference between the 9 heavens and the other side, attacking indiscriminately. Hong! A humanoid creature stood up, immortal light surging around it as it walked over step by step. It rushed up to the corpse wrapping cloth, sending a fist smashing over. That type of power was extremely terrifying, domineering and unmatched. Wherever the fist passed, all things were obliterated, primal chaos erupting, connecting heaven and earth. There was nothing that could stop it. Even though it fell in battle, only the result of immortal blood combining, there was still a type of unmatched might. It made everyone's expressions change. The only fortunate thing was that the corpse wrapping cloth was an iron blood banner to begin with. It absorbed all of the blood of 2 immortal kings, and then it was later refined 100 times over by later generations, becoming an unmatched magical artifact. Hong! The great banner fluttered about, stopping that fist. In addition, Great Elder brandished the sword core in his hand towards this person. Dazzling light erupted, hacking apart its body. The everlasting sword core wasn't an ordinary item either. It was deep and immeasurable, its power naturally immeasurable. Pong! This humanoid figure was blasted apart. Under the Iron Blood War banner and sword core, it turned into blood, bright and sparkling like a diamond, landing on the ground. However, there was some blood that was absorbed by the Iron Blood War banner as well, forcefully collected. Good. This is a wondrous land that can repair the banner, make it even stronger, allowing it to evolve into an ultimate weapon, Great Elder said happily. In the distance, the undying bird cried out, extremely angry. It chanted curses, stirring up the blood on the ground. The immortal blood took form once again, standing up, attacking everyone again. At the same time, something even more frightening happened. These creatures picked up a few damaged weapons from the ground. Even though there wasn't a single one that was complete, they were all previously unmatched weapons. Not every creature had one, but even if it was just 3 or 4 of them, it was still a world-shaking great matter. Immortal weapons. One of them held a purple-gold immortal staff, brandishing it, smashing it over. The void collapsed, power heaven overflowing. With a dang sound, it struck down on the immortal smelting pot, making this place shake intensely. The expressions of everyone below the immortal smelting pot changed, one of them even more so crying out miserably, because a single moment of thoughtlessness separated him from the immortal smelting pot's range of protection. That was a young king, his expression currently deathly pale. Come back! An elder took action, wishing to save him. However, he was too late. A drop of blood splashed out, landing on the young king's body. With a pu sound, it landed on the crown of his head, immediately producing a pool of blood. Bones even melted through. The elder roared out in anger, reaching out his hand. He felt a great sense of powerlessness. Moo! Suddenly, from the side, a creature that carried a damaged golden hammer rushed over. It released a great roar, a type of unmatched Tao sound, shaking up the world until everything collapsed. Ah! This elder released a great cry. The arm he reached out completely exploded, unable to block that type of power. Everyone's expressions changed. Just how terrifying of an existence was this? Even though it was killed in battle, the creature produced by blood was even this powerful, impossible to defy. Dong! That creature was incredibly domineering, brandishing the golden mallet in its hands, smashing it down on the immortal smelting pot. The golden mallet was damaged, becoming even more tattered, blasted flying. The creatures below the immortal smelting pot trembled in fear, all of their feet becoming unstable. The elder who lost his arm even more so staggered backwards, separating from the range of protection. It was because his will was already becoming weak, shaken up by the Tao sound. That was why he involuntarily separated away. Pooh! A creature transformed from immortal blood walked over. It lifted him up with a single grab, and then fiercely ripped him apart. Pooh! This elder who originally possessed world-shocking magical force was now directly torn in half. Then, under the contamination of immortal blood, he even more so turned into blood plasma, nothing existing any longer. Everyone felt a chill run down their bodies from head to toe. This creature was too sinister, impossible to win against. It had some of its strength from when it was alive, possessing that battle intent, impossible to contend against. On the other side, when Great Elder Meng Tianzheng and others saw this scene, they all shivered inwardly sighing at their fortune. feeling lucky that the other side was in front of them. Could it be that this entrance into the ancient world couldn't even be taken? Everyone shivered inwardly. Hope always emerged from despair, things taking a turn for the better when all seemed lost. When everyone was about to give up, thinking that it was impossible to enter this ancient realm, all of the immortal blood moved aside. With a pu sound, blood landed on the ground, not taking form, unable to gather into a creature again. In the distance, that undying bird cried out. It was extremely exhausted. Continuously chanting incantations drained it of all of its magical strength. It now couldn't continue any longer. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. This type of devastating result was actually caused by a young bird. The incantation it knew was just too ancient and strange. There is something not quite right with this phoenix. It is too bloodthirsty. Look, its eyes are even red, even feathers blood-colored. It is a fallen blood phoenix. Great Elder Meng Tianjing suddenly understood. At the same time, the foreign creatures also shouted out. Before its birth, its immortal eggshell was corrupted by the blood war, thus causing the phoenix child to fall, becoming a murderous blood phoenix. We should guide this type of creature to our world, have it yield to us. There is a fallen blood phoenix in the depths of my ancient land, someone who previously came to our side during the immortal ancient years. Divine radiance was released from someone's eyes, feeling extremely excited. Back then, a large part of the reason why the other side was able to invade this world was because of the fallen blood phoenix, fearless lion, black evil dragon, and other creatures. Otherwise, they would have had to pay an even heavier price. It withdrew. Chase after it. Catch this fallen blood phoenix. The foreign side was moved, urging the immortal smelting pot forward, now truly setting foot into that ancient realm. Of course, all of them were extremely cautious and careful, fearing that they would be contaminated by immortal blood. Otherwise, just making contact alone would consign them to eternal damnation. Great Elder Meng Tianjing brought Shi Hao and the others into this ancient land. He immediately activated the Iron Blood War banner, wishing to absorb this blood. However, an intense energy fluctuation transmitted over from the distance, and then a rumbling sound was released. Everyone felt fear. They saw that not far from the entrance, just on the other side, rested several large graves. All of them were trembling, the blood and broken weapons on the ground all swept up in reverse, entering the graves. Those giant monuments before the graves were especially striking, all of them made of iron, releasing kangxiang noises. Immortal tomb, the foreign people cried out loudly. Great Elder was also stirred up. This was definitely a treasury. If they could dig it up, there would definitely be formidable things inside. At the very least, if those damaged weapons were brought out, they could already display unimaginable uses. After all, just now, they even dared to attack the immortal smelting pot, even though they weren't its match. Should they dig these up or not? One had to understand that just now it was just immortal blood, yet it was already so troublesome. If they dug up the tomb, only heaven knew what kind of changes there would be. Chi! The foreign creatures couldn't hold back anymore. Someone moved, activating a magical artifact, wishing to dig up several great graves. It was because they believed that just now, the main reason why it was so troublesome was because of that strange fallen blood phoenix, the effects of its incantations. Now, it withdrew, so there shouldn't be any more issues. Pong! That person's magical artifact broke apart into several dozen pieces, exploding on the spot. He staggered backwards, his body trembling. Immortal and undying are the same. Even when they die, they still cannot be blasphemed against. There is a mysterious pressure surrounding this place. It is best if we do not provoke it. We'll go back and discuss things first. One of them said with a low voice. They could use the immortal smelting pot, but if they did this, then they had to make their preparations. After several great graves exploded, the results they produced would be unimaginable. Go inside and grab that fallen blood phoenix first, and then we'll find out the truth about this place. An elder said. They continued forward. Up ahead were grand mountains. Strand after strand of white energy rose, making everyone feel extremely refreshed and comfortable, as if they were going to sprout wings and ascend. Is this immortal energy? Great Elder's voice was trembling. He always wanted to step foot into the domain of immortality. But the environment of the world has changed, long unsuitable for this. Now, this place actually had this type of environment, even making his blood about to boil. No, it can't be considered true immortal energy. But the immortal aura it carries is extremely rich. Great Elder thought for a bit. There was definitely an immortal residence here before. There were great rivers condensed from spiritual liquid here, many rare medicinal herbs growing between the mountains and rivers. Waves of mists rose, this place extremely auspicious. The blood phoenix turned into a streak of light, entering the depths of the ancient realm. The foreign creatures chased behind it. Great Elder and the others followed behind because they also wished to look around, figure out just what kind of mysteries this place carried. What a pity! That phoenix was contaminated by immortal blood before it was born, killing intent already permeating into its bones. It is doomed to be bloodthirsty, murderous, difficult to subdue. Great Elder sighed with regret. Otherwise, this was but the descendant of the vicious 10, an immortal bird with limitless potential. In the future, its uses would be unimaginable. This is... After entering 8,000 li, the foreign creatures stopped. Great Elder, Hao, and the others also all stopped because they saw a shocking scene. This was a dilapidated land, different from what they saw before. Not a single blade of grass grew, scarlet land stretching for hundreds of thousands of li, death enveloping this demonic earth. Those areas and immortal mist they saw just now, as well as the various medicinal herbs suddenly ended here. This was a barren and dried-up land. This is a battlefield, the result of being swept through by immortal Tao natural laws. The original creatures have all been completely wiped out. Not a single blade of grass able to grow here. Someone said. After they flew forward, they saw many stellar remains. Countless great stars fell here. All of them struck down that year, covering this place densely. Heaven knew just how vast this ancient land was. Falling stars endless. One could see that many of them were grabbed by someone, because there were still giant finger marks on them. Just what kind of battle happened back then for things to be this miserable? Is even the stellar dome going to be broken up? Even some of the foreign side's elders felt waves of chills run through their bodies. It should be a dying battle. Normally speaking, what meaning is there in grabbing so many stars? At that level, there is no need to do this. It is definitely because that person's strength was exhausted, already dying, carrying out the final struggle, as a result turned into a giant self, reaching its hands into the cosmos to pluck all the stars. An elder said with a grave expression, seriously reconstructing the battle of the past. In the rear, Great Elder Meng Tianzheng was silent. This was most likely what happened. This made sure how Chao Yuxing and the others' hearts tremble. What kind of creature was that? Just how large was it? It could actually struggle like this before its death, pluck down so many stars. This should be the result of ancestor Luo Mo's power. A foreign elder said quietly. He couldn't help but release a sigh. There is 5-colored blood here. Suddenly, after moving forward 30,000 li, the foreign side's people cried out in alarm, seeing a special type of blood. After 10,000 years have passed, it still didn't dry up. It was clear that it belonged to Luo Mo, exactly the same as what they saw after Luo Mo's heroic spirit was revived. However, this blood lost its essence, becoming extremely dim. The mysterious power it contained inside completely disappeared, as if it was devoured by something. Dugu Yun, you all right? Hao nudged the person at his side. Dugu Yun, he had previously lived in the other side, later coming back. He was the Protector's descendant, as well as one of the most powerful youngsters of the present world. His blood was golden, known to be one of the 4 most powerful bloodlines. It was divine and noble, this race powerful beyond compare. I sensed the smell of my clan's blood, Dugu Yun said. He directly walked forward. Everyone couldn't help but follow along out of fear of something unexpected happening to him. Sure enough, several dozen li out, they saw a bit of golden blood, as if it was cast from gold. This was definitely the blood of Dugu Yun's bloodline. belonging to the Protector's clan. This blood isn't quite right, it changed. Look, it is changing from gold to black, someone said with shock. A moment later, the golden blood was pitch black like ink, like a black hole, about to swallow up one's soul. A moment later, it became golden again. It was precisely like their previous suspicions. The Protector's race's blood had holy attributes, but it also had a demonic nature. Everyone's minds jumped. The rumors were actually true. Back then, they thought that the other side was provoking them, saying that the Protectors were extremely dangerous, but now it seemed like there were some things that were worth rethinking. Duguyun squatted down, trying to collect this blood. Even though the essence had similarly been sucked up by something, this was still extremely important for him. He closed his eyes, carefully sensing things. He wanted to understand the information contained within the blood. There was a world-shocking battle here before, the opponent Luo. Meanwhile, my clansmen were caught up as well, but they weren't the main fighters, he said. Everyone was shocked. They really were right to come here, the truths of the past uncovered bit by bit. Even the Protector's bloodline wasn't the main fighters. That Luo really was terrifying to an unimaginable level after all. This clansman of mine doesn't belong to this world. He came from the land of beginning. Duguyun's closed eyes suddenly opened, receiving this shocking piece of information. It was because there were all types of legends that the Protectors didn't belong to this world, coming from another place. Now it seemed like this was true. Protectors, ha. In the distance, the foreign side were also studying the five-colored blood, trying to obtain information from it. One of them coldly said, "Protectors? The truth is far more cruel than what you all think." Neither side engaged the other, only confronting. The two parties moving forward like this could also be considered a rather strange sight. However, a bloody battle might erupt at any time. It was all because they both felt restraining fear towards the other side's weapons. Immortal smelting pot, immortal king corpse wrapping cloth, and other things weren't ordinary articles. If they truly completely activated and carried out a great clash, even they had a chance of dying. Everyone proceeded, continuing to search for clues. Soon afterwards, they saw a special type of blood, the blood carrying primal chaos. This was too shocking. This can perhaps compare to the legendary seven-colored true blood. Is this the reason why ancestor Luo died? What kind of monsters did he end up encountering? There is actually primal chaos blood. It isn't pure, only carrying a small amount of primal chaos blood. Or else this creature wouldn't have been killed by ancestor Luo, dragged down in mutual destruction. Someone said. Great Elder Meng Tianzheng and the others all sighed. Just what kind of time was immortal ancient, just how many monsters existed then? Those creatures were all powerful beyond imagination. In the present world, this environment, it was completely impossible to produce those types of creatures. There is a monument. Someone with sharp eyes saw a black point in the horizon, quickly rushing over. A powerful gust of wind blew past. Everyone hurried over, both sides confronting each other, but neither side took action. They both looked towards the monument. It wasn't tall, only several zhang in height. The surface was covered densely, recording a few characters. It is quite unfortunate I was chosen, in charge of taking action, forever unable to return. This was what was written right from the start. This directly touched upon the truth. Everyone's hearts were pounding. This was precisely what they were looking for. They never expected to discover it in the depths of the battlefield. Just the very first line of the monument's inscription already revealing some clues. This monument had existed for at least a great era. The truth it revealed made everyone's minds tremble. All of them couldn't help but feel shocked. Victory, there is still hope. However, the path of return has already been severed. All those heroic and worthy predecessors, their bones buried in desolation. My generation continues the path of old, our fates already sealed. This segment gave one a great headache, to the extent where they even felt a horrified feeling. The negative feeling the carved inscriptions gave off was clear. What it spoke about was extremely astonishing. After they came to this realm, they couldn't return anymore? Why was this? What were the secrets behind this? The most crucial issue was, where did he come from? There was a layer of dense fog surrounding this. From this, one could see that he wasn't the first one to come, that there were predecessors. This also explained his fate, that in the end, he was still going to die. However, did he fall in battle or did he die in a seated posture here? At that level, he should have already achieved immortality, he shouldn't decline on his own. That was why the people here deduced that this person's intention was that he was going to die in battle in the end. This was a bit horrifying. History was far more terrifying than what they imagined. There were too many mysteries hidden within this. At the very least, not even Great Elder Meng Tianjing knew anything. There was even less of a need to talk about how Great Su Tuo exiled immortal Taoist Qigu, and the others. That person's point of view was extremely pessimistic, carrying a type of fatalistic feel. And if nothing unexpected happened, the one who had to fight was Ancestor Luo Mo. Just how powerful of an expert was this? There was a bit of primal chaos blood, yet in the end, he left behind this type of bleak message. It was as if a wave of chilly autumn wind blew past, all creatures killed, large amounts of yellow leaves withering away. A small slumber, and 100,000 years pass. When the eyes open once more, the blue sea has turned into mulberry fields. Is this a tragic death? Or is it a meaningful price? I do not know. I am not an administrator, and as such I cannot see the chessboard. I can only break the player's finger. But what about afterwards? What could I possibly do then? When it reached this point, the writer was clearly already somewhat at a loss. For the Tao heart of someone at that level to waver, just how terrifying were things. Perhaps his heart was already in chaos, suspecting whether or not what he persevered with even had any meaning. Only then would there be these thoughts. For those of later generations, the impact of this was extremely great. Shi Yi, Chao Yuxing, Lan Xian, and others all looked at each other in dismay, their expressions all serious. Even though they were young, they still came to their own conclusions. The truth had perhaps been buried under the dust of history this entire time. Why did the path of an immortal have to be severed here? Was there really a need to do this? To be so negative, so helpless? If things went on like this, was this a deprivation? Or is this a type of satisfaction with just being able to get through? The day will come when you will discover, wake from a great dream, that all of time is nothing, what will come will come. Avoiding it only brings a momentary feeling of peace. What was the meaning of this? Great Elder frowned. He carefully analyzed everything he saw, discussing with the youngsters, not minding the difference in status between them. This should be a type of discontent targeted at the so-called land of beginning, at those administrators, a type of discontent with their passiveness. In the end, they interpreted things like this. When they carefully thought about this, this was extremely terrifying, as if it was a type of great disaster. In the end, it would all erupt. What kind of people were there? What was the place they were from like? The feeling they gave off was that they were a power that could defeat the foreign side's troops. However, they also seemed to have some private worries. Why was this? There was someone with a bit of primal chaos blood. This person definitely an unmatched expert. From his words, the fact that he dared to write breaking the administrator's finger was definitely an expression of a type of confidence. Who dares cross the sea? Who dares charge through? When that day comes, people won't be people, ghosts not ghosts, immortals not immortals, the heavens would all be overturned. Perhaps only this is the true rebirth, the end of a reincarnation, as well as a type of origin. When he read up to this point, even Great Elder Meng Tianjing felt a wave of nervousness, a stifling feeling inside. In the end, it was as if a black haze pervaded over. Crossing the sea? Cross what sea? How were they supposed to charge through? What place was this? Everyone felt a wave of perplexity while staring at these words, not understanding what was happening. Everyone's understandings of this was different, but they all knew that the day would come when there would be great chaos. When they thought about the prophecy that history's darkest of times were arriving, every single person's mind was heavy. They all looked down, however, they didn't recognize the words. Those were like scribblings, ancient characters of a certain race. There was actually chaotic energy released from it. Before this, the so-called characters were all written in immortal ancient language. Even though they didn't belong to this great era, what kind of people were the ones here? They had mostly all studied immortal ancient methods somewhat, so they could naturally understand learning these things before. However, these words were too strange. They released chaotic energy, no one able to recognize them, even great elder helpless, unable to understand anything, even after studying them for a long time. On the other side, the foreign side were also discussing things quietly. It had to be said that these people were extremely strong, with some who were proficient in immortal ancient language as well. They explained everything they understood. Haha! What negative carvings! Full of powerlessness and bleakness. My side's Tao fate is prosperous. Our power fated to crush the heavens. All those who defy us are nothing more than chickens and dogs. Someone laughed loudly. However, there were foreign elders who became silent, their expressions incredibly gloomy. It was because what was recorded was a bit strange. They couldn't see through the inscriptions even after studying them for a really long time. Bring them back. Let the ancient ancestors see it. They will definitely be able to understand the truth. Someone said. It was because these were the inscriptions carved by Luomo. Stop. Great Elder stopped them. Both sides wanted this monument, which meant that a battle was unavoidable. The Iron Blood War banner fluttered about, scarlet multicolored light overflowing outwards, smashing into the brilliance released by that immortal smelting pot. With a pung sound, this battlefield even caved in, many great stars that fell here breaking apart. Meanwhile, that monument remained completely silent, melting under the blazing radiance like snow, disappearing without a trace. Even though the engravings were made by an unmatched figure, there was no trace of him left, destroyed just like that, turning into dust. Both sides released a cold snort, no longer attacking each other. They then quickly rushed into the battlefield depths. They obtained so much information just from a monument they found on the ancient battlefield, so they believed that there were definitely all types of clues up ahead. My ancestor should have come from the same place as the one who carved the inscriptions. Duguyun said. Everyone's expressions couldn't help but become serious. The protectors came from the same mysterious place. There were just too many mysteries tied to this. In reality, they already had their suspicions. The protectors' clan might only be a powerful clan. There should still be other exceptional races. This was extremely frightening. And, suddenly, thousands of li out, there were waves of black haze that rose. Then, the foreign side's people were stirred up and furious, crying out loudly, rushing over. There were 6 or 7 creatures over there, all of them absolutely massive, even larger than the great stars that fell, every one of them ferocious and sinister, extremely terrifying. Half of them were humanoid, but they weren't of the human race, the other half like vicious beasts. Undying beings. They are our ancestors. They died in battle here. Those from the foreign side roared out angrily. These creatures were known to be undying, of a similar level of existence as true immortals, yet there were 6 of them here. This was just too shocking. However, their bodies that were known to be imperishable were already dried up and withered, different from the legends, their vital energy already completely drained. What is going on? Why did their essence energy leak out, all of their essence gone? An elder from the other side said in alarm. It was swallowed up by something. Someone said with a low voice. Things don't look good. This place might be hiding some type of great vicious existence. Otherwise, how would they be able to devour imperishable essence energy? Right now, even those of the foreign side felt a wave of fear, becoming extremely worried. They felt like this place wasn't normal, that there were mysteries not known to anyone. In the end, they didn't touch those 6 corpses, instead moving around. It was because they just felt like something wasn't quite right, fearing that they might be affected by big problems. And we finally left this battlefield. After traveling through 500,000 li of land, they left this massive battlefield, finally seeing grass, giant mountains, and silver divine waterfalls. There were islands that floated above, releasing immortal energy. There were large amounts of immortal mountains that extended out. Who knew how many tens of thousands of li auspicious energy surged, spiritual grass and aged medicines everywhere. Only, There wasn't a single demon, no plants that developed sentience. As for animals, there weren't any to be seen. The earth was all dark red-colored, previously soaked in blood. Moreover, definitely the blood of the most powerful. The fact that plants could grow from here was already something quite unusual. Finally, they heard waves of immortal music. It was because the two groups of people arrived in the depths of the great earth one after the other. They saw an extremely massive mountain range, this one even more grand than the one from before. This mountain range reached 70 to 80,000 zhang in height, as if it was as tall as the heavens. Above the centermost great peaks were large numbers of buildings, a group of ancient immortal palaces. After a great era passed, not only did they not fall to ruin, there was still an immortal Tao aura surrounding this place. Needless to say, everyone wanted to rush forward, realizing that they already reached the heart of this place. And, suddenly, someone stopped, seeing the source of the immortal music. It came from a snow-white skeleton. It was currently plucking a guqin, seated on a giant palace's ridge. Apart from this, there was also a scarlet-red phoenix, an immortal bird that hadn't matured yet. It stood on the mountain ridge, eyes scarlet red like blood, currently staring at everyone.